They got the voyages. I can see it on my screen, but it's kind of small.
It probably is small because y'all on y'all's phones and you can't see it that well. But man, welcome to the Legendary People Podcast, man. I got my bros in the building, B Nut, Real, Mr. Logical Phil. And so this discussion that we having is to see with how much certainty can we take history, right? Like the things that we're taught in school about American history, the slave trade, the North Atlantic, transatlantic slave trade, and history in itself. Is it just all made up? And so I want Phil, I'm gonna give the ball to Phil real quick, and then let him give us a breakdown on his philosophy of just the history that we're taught in school about slavery.
All right. I believe with documentation.
Hold on, I can't. We can't. It's some kind of static in there. What'd you say?
I said that the story that school curriculum, I don't think it's no room for it in American history. There's no room for it. I mean, I can't say that this. Well, basically, I'm just saying that this slavery story that we know as or know of, I don't believe it happened that way.
Okay. So how did it happen? How did it happen? How did it happen?
All right. First of all,
If y'all somebody got music playing.
I don't have no music.
Yeah, that's my son. My bad.
Okay. And then y'all just try to speak up the best that you can, But just saying, okay, so slavery didn't happen the way that they said it happened. So tell me what really happened.
It's documented that we as as a group of, I mean, black, brown, classified at this time, we were the landowners. We had all the land, the resources, everything else. It was no such thing.
Hold on, so we got some terrible audio happening. Something is clicking. It's like it sounds like some kind of air or something is going on. Now let me hear you now, Phil. Because it sounds like you far back. Let me hear you. It's chopping.
What about
that sounds better.
I'm gonna tell him I'm on the podcast. Tell him I'm at the crib, but ask him what he wants.
Hey, this is what I'm saying. The slavery story that they tell us and they promote and they make sure they stuff it down our throat all the time. It wasn't the slave story that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't no. If people look back, just genealogy in a genealogy records, it showed that we were the landowners. We were the masters, the slave masters, or whatever you call it. That was us, the melanated people. It wasn't even that many pale. I mean, we taught that some pale family owned us, went and got us from Africa and everything else. False. It's false.
So there was no slave plantations where black people picked cotton.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said they pick cotton. It's a plantation ain't nothing but a farm. And the people that was out picking cotton was picking cotton for themselves. They was picking cotton for their family. They was picking cotton. It was no commercialized a white pale person on this plantation and had us working and picking cotton, singing and getting whipped and all that. No, that did not happen.
Okay, and what documentation are you using to refute the masses what history says and what people been saying? Like you saying it's been documented by who? Because I mean, it's fair to say it's also been documented that the other way happened. I'm talking about like on a much larger scale. It's been documented.
Who documented?
Who documented it? I can't hear you.
What's the name of the author?
Well, that's what I was bringing up. That slavevoyage.com. This has.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait.
Hold on.
Let's start with this.
I'm just saying.
Let's start with this first. Let's start with what he was saying. What he was saying. What documentation do you have to speak to what you were saying first? That it didn't happen.
Say what now?
I said, what
y'all playing video games?
I don't know what that's. I don't know. What documentation do you have that's supporting what you're saying?
Right? You asking me the question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm asking you what documentation
All right.
do you have.
And again, I'm gonna give you the references, the resources. You got the National Archive. You got your own lineage genealogy records that's documented. You got the what is it hold on 1 second.
Who has their own genealogy records where it's documented?
That we was not.
But we got documentation that says that there were slaves, though.
Yes.
Like in my particular genealogy, my grandmother, like I said, it's in my book. I got documentation of the cargo ship that she was on. She was sold 5 times. I got 2 of the cargo records of her with the actual records of all the slaves that was on that particular ship. So those are documentations that say that yes, slavery did take place. There was auctions, and brothers and sisters was being sold.
I love them documents.
Again, you also have a document.
I'm telling you. Wait a minute, Phil. Listen to me, bro. I looked at this is my family's documentation. Hold on, I'll show you right now. I'll show you. This is my book, right? This is my grandmother, and I'll show it to you right now. It ain't even nothing that you gotta wonder about. Hold up. Y'all can keep the conversation going while I find it. But
what I was gonna say is you also have another document called which is the slaves.
This is the slave manifest of my grandmother, right here. It says, let me tell you. It has the name of the people who were on the ship. It has their sex. It has their age. It has their height. It has the class, the owners and the shippers and the resident. My grandmother, her name is Phyllis. This is my 4th great-grandmother who ended up having children with the owner, right? She had 4 children with him, but at this time she was 11 years old. She was 4 feet and 2 inches. And then
what color was the owner?
The owner was white. This is
and he's from here.
I got a picture of him. This is him. This is my 4th great grandfather, Reverend J.E. That's Joseph Elder Biggs, born in 1792 to 1874. Then he was married to Phyllis McRoberts, who was born in 1806, and she passed in 1912. She lived to be 106 years old, right?
Where at?
There we go. This is in Georgia.
I really ain't hip to Georgia like that.
Huh?
I said I really ain't hip to Georgia like that.
Well, it's in America, Atlanta, Georgia.
No. I'm saying like you know what I mean. Like I can only speak for like Alabama, Mississippi. You know what I mean. Like I ain't really too hip to Georgia. I ain't gonna lie to you.
And I respect that, but what I'm trying to say is that like I do agree that I don't think that it was. I think a lot of
it was men on that ship.
I'll have to look and see. I have to look, but I don't think that brothers and sisters would sit back and let their women be held captive without fighting for them or being in captive, like captivity themselves for real. Like I can't just see the only women being slaves. But what I am saying is, don't think that it was as violent that gets portrayed in the movies and
It ain't what
all
y'all
shit.
think it
I
was.
definitely think that is. I think that a lot of that shit is done to embarrass brothers and sisters and make us look weak, much weaker than what we really are. So I mean, I rock with you on that, but I am saying slavery was happening though. Like some of that shit was happening, bro. People was getting sold for sure. This is my grandmother right here. I got pictures of my grandmother and the grandfather. But that's my grandmother, Phyllis McRoberts. That's my baby.
Where they bring her from?
Now
where they bring her from?
She was not brought from Africa. She was brought from South Carolina, and then they took her on a boat and then brought her to Georgia by way of a boat. So it does say that, like, yes, this does not prove African descent, but it does prove slavery.
But I can agree, like I told you, I can agree, like slavery did happen. I just don't think it happened the way they saying it happened.
I don't think it
like,
does.
like they the way they trying to say it is they outnumbered us.
So ask him, do he believe that white people were slaves?
Was white people slaves? I think white people were in captivity and was enslaved, especially when the Moors went and took over. When the Moors took over Europe, and you know, like we taught a lot of civilization around that time. Was white people slaves in America to black people? I've never heard that. I don't know if they was or wasn't. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but probably, you know, indentured servants or something like that. But
so I don't think we was already here.
Who you think was here first?
Brothers. I think we was here first. I definitely think we was here first. And I think that all of America, I think that we was the indigenous people here. And it would have been much easier to capture us, make us prisoners of war than bringing us from some crazy voyage to Africa, from Africa. But somehow, some way, prisoners of war, we was into some type of forced labor and some fucked up shit.
So what you think about the we all come from Africa thing?
I mean, yeah, we do, because the first bones was found in Africa, you know. But
that was years ago, though.
Right.
It's been new research that says.
Did they drag us across seas and, you know, make us slaves? I don't know about that. I think they probably did some, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the Africans and the natives and all of that, we was like all mixed together and starting families. So yes, you could have a portion of your family that is completely indigenous, and you got a portion of your family that has African roots that could have been brought to America, and they mixed.
But it was only sail ships. It was only sailboats back then. It wasn't no cargo ships. Cargo ships didn't come around till like what, 1850, 1860 or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, how did they get the people from Europe here? How did
That's a good question.
Ships, nowhere in the history of ships.
That's a good question on sailboats. That's all I'm saying. Like, we gotta look at the technology. We can't look at it from a 2024 lens.
Well, in 1492, if Christopher
that's why it makes more sense.
How did he get here?
That's why it makes more sense for Europeans to come here and enslave the indigenous people than to be bringing a lot of people from
Africa.
You know, Africa.
And then we got to look at the Europeans. A lot of people think when you say European, you mean white. Back then, it was melanated.
Well, I'm on my way though.
You know what I mean? I just feel like they trying to wipe out all our history. Like, you know what I mean? It was melanation everywhere.
Well, it yeah. So where do white people come from?
Africa.
Where-
Check this out. Check this out. So
They come from the least they come from the continent with the least amount of resources. That's why they the most archaic.
You think Africa got the least amount of natural resources?
Bro, how many Africans are living without electricity and running water right now to this day?
Wouldn't it be sad?
Like Africa is not like America. It's a misconception going on that like when you go to Africa, you're gonna live like you here. That's not happening, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I
There's a
think
lot
that
of
white
there's a lot
people
of natural resources.
are more industrial. Like, I think that they care about buildings and shit like that maybe a little bit more. Now, I don't know what happened.
They it's a few cities everywhere, but we talking about the whole continent. Like I ain't saying that. No. I'm not saying Africa is all jungle. I'm saying like it like if you look at Africa and you
I
look at
think
America,
Africa
we the
has.
most advanced continent.
I think Africa has a lot of natural resources there that the
I ain't saying they
people
don't got
really
natural
not
resources, but water ain't one of
utilize.
them. Hey, water ain't one of them. They don't have to. They don't. Like, water is scarce in Africa.
No, I mean they're surrounded by bodies of water. They got the Atlantic Ocean. I mean the coastal parts of any continent is going to be the majority of supply of water. And Africa has a huge coastline that wraps around, goes all the way around the continent of Africa. And they also got water inside the continent too. So
I ain't saying look. I ain't saying they don't have any water. I'm not saying that. I'm saying America has more natural springs than any other continent on the planet.
okay. Yeah,
You know
I
what I
mean,
mean? Like everything comes from here. Like how they try to say everything comes from Africa. Everything comes from here.
mm,
We are the most advanced civilization on the planet, and we the oldest, and we smarter than them. If we wasn't, then why we invent everything? They sitting there using our inventions on their continent. Like I know Africans. Like Phil will tell you, one of the Africans that he deals with, he sells him appliances, clothes, shoes, all the old stuff that we don't want. They send that back over there and fix the stuff and wear the stuff that we don't want, bro. They are trash. They want our garbage, bro.
mm.
Stuff that we throw away, literally.
But there is a school of thought that says during the slave trade that the brightest minds of Africa was taken away, and all the contributions that us indigenous have given to America, we would have gave those same contributions to Africa in order to make that a better place. Like you almost ripped away all the brightest minds and then gave that to America. Mute your phone, B-Nut.
But
You
yeah,
said
that's the only thing I be saying about Africans. Like right now, Africans are some, but like the two. If you look at, not trying to be racist or nothing like that, but if you look at the two dirtiest groups of people that are the most uncivilized that are in America today, it's Africans and what do you call them? Middle Easterners. They disgusting, man.
based on what criteria though?
If you know them, you see how they live on a day-to-day basis, how they hygienes, everything from the way they hygienes to the way they use the bathroom to the way they eat. They disgusting, man. And you mean to tell me they the most civilized civilization?
I mean, based on I'm saying like, no, I'm not saying they're the most civilized.
I ain't
I'm not
saying you.
saying
I ain't saying you.
anybody.
When I say that, I ain't saying you said anything. You didn't say anything. I'm just saying like
Yeah.
in general, like people say that. You know what I mean? That's what we taught. Like, you know what I mean? Like
that Africans are the most civilized civilization. I don't think anybody teaches that. I mean, at
That's
one
what we were
point,
talking.
And
Africans
two,
well,
think they
y'all,
smarter than
Egypt,
us.
but
Egypt.
two, y'all saying
I mean,
Hey,
African,
look,
like
Africans think they
Egypt.
smarter than us too.
African is a continent, bro. It's
I
not a
think that they
country. So
might
when
be
you talk
applying
about smart,
themselves different. Yeah,
you
I
can't
hear
just
it.
Like,
say
if
a
you know,
whole
look,
continent.
I ain't gonna lie. If you know any Africans, they swear they smarter than us, man.
So
They
you saying
do. They look
Africa?
down on us.
Right, right.
And for you to look down on somebody, that means you're more advanced than they are.
No, but I think that Africans might think that blacks in America squander a lot of opportunities, man, by not being assertive enough in order to get out and get it. Like they might not understand like why black people are fighting each other so much, or because they teach Africans this shit about blacks in America. Like, for example, when I interviewed a little bro that works for me, and he comes from India, right? He said,
Man.
well, hold on, but I'm going to tell you something, how they get indoctrinated, though.
Yeah.
Because before he got his visa to come to America, they taught him that blacks come inside convenience stores and often rob the place. Now, he's working at the drive-through across the street from our store. So he said when he was coming here, he was really concerned that he could possibly be killed by some black person. And they teach them to beware of black people because
You're
we're the
right.
most impoverished group. So
You're
when
right.
you're being fed that from what seems to be a credible source, you're gonna have these type of phobias, ideas, and all that type stuff about of people because that's all you learn. And then when you listen to the music that we producing, when you listen to watch like the videos and type stuff like that, you will get an idea that bros is like on some wild shit damn near. So for Africans to think that, it's just because they've been indoctrinated. But once they get a chance to meet a Real, meet a Phil, meet B-Nut, they'll say like, damn, bro, all that shit. And like my boy Sonny, he said, once I got here, I see that shit. Black people in America is cool as hell. They just like everybody else. Some of them be having bad days. They might come in, be nasty when they order their shit. But ain't nobody trying to for real come in here and just shoot me and fuck me up. You know what I'm saying?
But the crazy part is, look, this the crazy part though. How you say how they come over here and they've been indoctrinated. You right about that. But the crazy part is all everything they get spewed about us in a negative light. So if you ask Mercedes, if we stop buying their vehicles, what would happen? They'll tell you they going bankrupt. We spend more money than anybody. We set the trends for everything. And I'm just saying, like, if we set the trends for everything,
I agree with
how can we be from them? Why they not setting no trends? From the music to buying to spending money. Like if you take us out of the economy is gonna crash anywhere. We spend more money than anybody.
Yeah.
It's documented. Like we spend money. So the crazy part is how these foreigners coming over here and talking about they work harder than us, but yet we still make the most money.
Well, let's go. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so but that's because we're in America though, and Americans.
That's because it's our country.
We make more money than them.
That's because it's our country. We built this.
So of course,
yeah, it's by design. It's by design. This is our country. You know what I mean? That's why without us, it's not gonna work. If you take us out of this country, it's gonna look like Africa, bro. You feel me? This is how I feel though. That's why it's parts of the world, it's different countries in the world that are paying us to come impregnate their women. And they paying us well. They need us.
Do you think that black people are in rulership of this country right now?
No. We don't know the power that we wield. And we still trying to learn it. We waking up on a daily basis.
So can y'all tell us what happened? So the indigenous people, the melanated people of this land, the natives, European came in and colonized this country. Like, can y'all walk us down that process of how we lost control?
I think it happened when Woodrow Wilson became the president. Up until that time, we had the power in this country. It was it's doctrine. I'm sorry. It's documented. Up until when Woodrow Wilson became president and he gave the white people a raise in this country, the white people started making more money than us and gave women rights in this country. That's when the downfall of the country started happening. Up until then, we was ruling. We had all the land. We had all the money. The treasury was at least 90% melanated, at least 90% if it wasn't 100. You know what I mean? We was bamboozled.
And just so everybody can go out without having to just take your word for it, can you just cite the source of the information that you're giving, just so they can say, "Oh, damn, I never read this before." Just where'd you get that information from, bro? About Woodrow Wilson and everything.
I just had to look it up. Like right now, like, you know, this is freestyling. You know, I didn't have everything already ready for this show. It's public documents. It's public records. You know what I mean? If people look up the presidency and what happened during Woodrow Wilson's presidency, they gonna see it. You know what I mean?
So was Woodrow Wilson white? Was he white or black?
He was white.
Okay, so how did Woodrow Wilson get in position to give white people a raise? Because it seemed like
he got elected president.
Who voted him in?
The country voted him in. You know how it go here. I ain't gonna say the election was fixed back then because I don't know for sure. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like nowadays, it's a little bit different. Like this is my time. That was before my time. I wasn't alive back then. It's just going back, looking at history and researching this guy. You see what happened when he was the president. But you just have to look in the archives. Maybe
Phil,
maybe
I want to get Phil in here real quick. Phil, can you hear me, bro?
I hear you.
Okay. So the smallpox, what happened to the indigenous people when Europeans came here to this country or came to this continent? Do you think that smallpox is true, that they really wiped out like about 1 million or a little less than 1 million natives that lived here?
Is this when we lost power? This is when we lost power. We lost our mental, our train of thought first. Everything that we see right now, today, we already been trained and indoctrinated to believe, to see this. Like he said,
according to Rockefeller,
Woodrow Wilson came in 1913. He served from 1913 to 1921. Before Woodrow Wilson, we own majority exclusively. We held exclusively held majority seats of any politics. Any politics. Woodrow Wilson, when he was campaigning off the thing of world peace. He was also campaigning to give women equal rights, because they've been battling for equal rights since 1848. When he came into office, he slowly started, changing the faces of our politics. Like he said, it's actually documented. But I think that we lost our mind first. I think the war is against our mind, because never in history have you ever heard of us succeeding. Even though we got the patterns to everything in history, in this U.S. history, it never show us succeeding. So I think that they attacked our mind first, and by them attacking our mind,
Odie.
everything else followed.
No, his phone ain't on the internet.
Oh, what?
So Woodrow Wilson was the president from 1913 to 1921. If I ain't mistaken, it was the act of 1917 to where the females got rights. It just I'm about to get all the receipts together right now. But it was just during his presidency where we took the downfall. We used to make more money than white people, and females didn't have rights. Soon as he got in office, he turned the tables. White people made more money than us. We making pennies, and then the females get rights. And next thing you know, you got all the war scene happening. Now you sending all the males to war, and the women are getting taken care of by the government. Now it make it seem like the women don't need men anymore. What you need a man for? The government gonna give you a free place to stay and feed your kids.
And free metal.
And free medical, everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was how they took the country over. They got us out of the country. They sending us to war to get killed.
And
basically, he lied to us. He told us a dream.
So was there ever a point in time that us as melanated beings that was in control of this continent, were we ever like a world superpower, you know, like an empire? You know, you got these major empires who was on a world stage that history writes off. You got the Sumerian civilization, you got the Egyptian civilization, you got the Byzantine Empire, you got the Greek and the Roman empires, you got the British Empire, you got the Persian Empire. Did we have an empire here as the indigenous people here in America?
That's a good question right there. Nah, you can't just name. If you ask me, nah, I can't just think of like a group of people that like not a name to it. If I had like, nah, I can't put a name on it. But we did. Like, it's documented that we ran this country though. We had all the money. We had all the land. Like I said, like I don't come from slavery. You know what I mean? Like the next time we get on this podcast, I'm gonna have the paperwork to show it. I don't come from slavery. And it goes back to the 1700s. And it's just how can we invent everything? If you look up the patents to these inventions that everybody uses around the world to this day, everything was invented here.
When you say that you don't come from slavery, like, have you researched all four legs of your lineage?
All the way back to the 1700s so far.
For your mom's mom, your mom's dad, your dad's dad, and your dad's mom.
Yep, first cousins and everything.
That's nice.
You know what I mean? Like we just didn't come from slavery. And it's hard for me to believe, like, okay, even if you did come from slavery and we from the same areas, our lineage is from the same areas. If it was slavery, it wasn't by a white person enslaving melanated people. You know what I mean? Like it was us.
Us enslaving ourselves.
Everybody, not just us, everybody. You know, slavery is a big thing. Like when you look in the Bible, it speaks of slavery. It says, obey your earthly slave masters, good and evil.
Yeah, like you would God.
Like you would Jesus. That's what it say, like you would Jesus. Like, I'm just like, so, you know, like, I believe like slavery happened everywhere. I just don't believe it happened the way they saying it happened in America. The loser of a battle was always going to try to make themselves look good.
Mm-hmm. The winner.
Not the loser. The winner don't have to make themselves look good. They won.
Right. But I think that the history is often written by the winner of a situation. Like they're the ones that get to tell how this shit went down. You know what I'm saying? Like the loser. Okay. I see what you're saying. Like the loser try to make an excuse for why they lost type shit. But
if you had an opportunity, like, okay, Rockefeller started school and And school in America, he said it himself. I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. That's why that's why you go to school for 8 hours a day. And when you get out of school, that's why you a slave. Like, think about it. People spend more money on rent and car notes than anything else. And you spend the least amount of time in your car or the home that you're paying for or renting. Most of the time during your day, you at work.
Yeah.
The average American, you at work. If you come to America, you're gonna get in this slavery. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get taxed with before we give you your money. When you go spend your money, you're gonna get taxed again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you never own anything. If you own your vehicle, then why you got to keep registering every 4 years or whatever it is? Your license, you got to keep renewing your license every 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, well, not with the vehicle, it's every year or every 2 years. I think they give you 2 years maximum on your license plate.
Yeah, every year you got to get a new.
You know what I mean? So, like with your house, you buy your house, you get a deed to the house. But if you don't pay your property taxes, what happens?
It gets taken.
And then what happens after that? They sell it for a fraction of the price that you paid for. You paid $1 million for your house, and you fall behind on your payment on your property taxes. Man, they gonna sell your house for $5,000.
Right. There, it'll go.
Like, just pay the property taxes that this guy owns.
Yeah.
And they can't sell you land because they don't own it. That's why they can't sell it to you. They don't own it.
Okay. So, but I mean, I hear what you're saying though, but at one point we was in control. So you just saying we just lost.
Yeah, we was in control. I'm with you on that.
And we lost the war.
I think, like I said, we was in control all the way up until Woodrow Wilson got in office, man. It got ugly then. That's when it got ugly. Around the 1900, 1910, they got ugly. That's when the downfall started happening. It's documented.
I mean, I know you can say that it's documented, but the other shit is documented too. As a pushback, like all of that other shit. Like I pulled up slavevoyage.com where they literally got 2,410 pages of ship manifest of slaves, the port they was picked up on, how many people died, where they dropped them off at, like the ship captain, it says principal place where captives landed, where the captives were purchased, a place where vessel voyage began, the vessel's name, the voyage ID, year arrived with slaves.
So where
are the captain's name?
So where the slave, like, so, okay, so when did this website get created? And who created it? What year was it?
I don't know. But this is documentation of all of that shit. It's the
No, I'm just curious. No.
Trade database. I don't know.
This ain't nothing against you. I'm just curious what this person looked like.
This would be something for you to look up.
I'm gonna look into it. Slavevoyage.com.
Slavevoyage.com, bro. Oh no, it's slavevoyage.org.
Okay. I got you.
It's interesting because it gives and it's a lot of shit in here. And I mean, you know, people could have just made this.
Let me tell you this before I forget, because I'll be having short-term memory. Let me tell you this before I forget, because I'll be having short-term memory. As far as that goes, I just be wondering, like, okay, take Juneteenth for example. When was Juneteenth made into a holiday? I was telling Phil
a couple of years ago.
I can't remember Juneteenth being before Biden got in office. I don't remember Juneteenth before then. It's something new that just got.
It's been around before that. It's been around before that.
When did they make Juneteenth a holiday?
I mean, well, I make t-shirts in the city, and I've been making Juneteenth celebration shirts before Biden got in office. Now, it may have even been around the time of Barack Obama, but there's a guy here named KYD who used to throw Juneteenth festivals. So it's been around, and then you can look at like I don't know. I think people been, especially in other parts of the country, I think they don't recognize Juneteenth for much longer than what Biden been in office, though, for sure.
I'm just
Now,
saying when I got hip to it because nobody around me celebrated it, right? And I never heard of it. But okay, so you telling me from 1865, let's say to 2000, that's way before Barack got in office. That's 135 years.
mhm.
How come this was never talked about before then? My point is they be making up
that it
holidays.
was, bro, but it had to have its chance to make it into your circle. Like movements grow, things progress, and then some things get suppressed. So, you know, if they didn't want that shit out there, then they didn't. I
But
don't
why
know
is it?
why. I don't know why, but it's been around. That you damn near sure can't say this is some Biden agenda in order to.
No. I ain't saying that. No. My point is they making up history every day. They rewriting history every day to fit the story that they told. That's my point. That you know what I mean. What I get out of it. That's what I get out of it. Over time,
Podcast. I'll call you.
stuff gets switched up. Names of countries get renamed. You know what I mean? Like to fit what was written years and years ago.
Yeah.
So then to the youngsters, they get to reading these books and they like, man, Juneteenth and this and that, and or this country, India, or that ain't what it was. It ain't even been India for 100 years. Or you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they renaming stuff and moving places to make it fit the story that they've told, the indoctrination.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. On the solution side, right? Let's just say everything that you're saying is on point. Like we got this shit, and then everybody accepts what you're saying is true. We find out that it's true. Man, what would be our next move? You know what I'm saying? We like, bro, we built all this shit. This is our country. We was never slaves, and we was in control of this. Then what would be, you know what I'm saying? What would be our next step to level up from that?
If you ask me, you gotta do like they did in Africa, man. South Africa, like when they did with the French, man. You gotta separate yourself. You gotta go back to the nitty gritty.
So you think that we should remove white people from?
I ain't say white people. I'm not talking about white people necessarily because white people been here so long that you know what I mean. Like it's been a few hundred years. You know what I mean. So you know. But as far as like all the extra stuff that's going on, it's too much going on. Like the rest of the world is taking over here. Like it's to the point where white people are feeling like we do. You see what I'm saying? Like they looking at the foreigners like, hey, nah, man, it's too much, man. Like we got to get these people up out of here.
Mm-hmm. I'm just asking.
So that's the first thing that needs to happen.
Specifically needs to be removed, though.
The foreigners that are sitting here getting paid monthly allowances, living in $500,000 houses, driving brand new cars, living better than me, you, and Phil combined, and fresh off the plane. You know what I mean? Like fresh off the plane. Coming from your country,
like,
bro.
How are they doing that? How are they coming into our country and like balling out of the control harder than we are?
That's our man Biden giving away all this money, just like he giving away that money to these countries. Like last month, I think it was, he gave away $100 billion.
That shit
like $100 billion.
That's a lot. I
you know
Joe
what I mean?
Rogan podcast that said that like if they was to give away, I think 100,000 to everybody, then that would only be like, I don't know. It would be in some type of the billions, about as much as they done gave to Ukraine.
Yeah, 100 billion, man. We are rebuilding countries.
For sure.
That's probably how
Phil,
we getting these foreigners over here and putting them to work.
Phil, what you think, bro? What, like, if everything that you saying like got recognized by everybody and we all understood what really happened, like what would be our next move to level up and become more empowered?
Identify who we keep saying that we African American, black, whatever, whatever this is, and this is not what our ancestors were. This is not who they identified as when they were in control of this landmass. I think, in general, what we need to understand is, I recommend genealogy because it'll give its documents. It's gonna tell you who you belong to, where they came from, and it's gonna pinpoint. It's documentation that pinpoints the area. Once we learn where we came from, we can't talk about what we're gonna do until we learn who we came from and how we got to this point. And most people don't even know how we got to this point because they only take the history of foreigners that was not even here. Christopher Columbus wasn't even here. That's what people don't understand. And if you look at all our curricular books, when we in school, it's always some French person that wrote this, or this and that. We don't know who we are as a people. First, we need to realize that we are people. You know what I'm saying? In general, and that's step one. I mean, that's step one. Do I think that we have a problem with foreigners coming in here? Yeah, I do. I really do believe it because it's happening. And the reason that they slipping in is because we are so divided, and that's what I was saying before. And we are divided. So by us being divided, it makes it easier for invaders, just in general. But it was a time where we did control everything, and going back and saying like remove all white people, that's not even logical. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, I'm just saying that in order, I think. In order for us to advance from this point on, we need to realize where we came from, who we came from, where they came from, and what type of businesses and everything else did they occupy before we got to this place. That's the only thing that I'm saying that we need to figure out who we are. That's my biggest. That's the only thing. Until we figure out who we are, I can't tell you what we should do. But the first thing that I suggest is definitely finding out who you are, finding out your people, finding out what did they do during those times, and then we move on from there. But as far as us, if we keep letting foreigners tell us our history, they making our history today too. It ain't just they telling us; they making this up as they go. So telling us our history. And we put them in such high regards. Like we think, like I said, we've been programmed to see exactly what we're seeing right now. We've been programmed through the music, through the movies, through our you know what I'm saying, through our through our schooling system, our judicial system, everything. We've been programmed to see exactly what we're seeing now. We don't have a voice in anything. We don't have a voice in anything. So I think that we need to find out who we are and start identifying with.
Is it all right to just identify ourselves as Americans, though?
That's who we are. Who are we?
I'm just asking. Yeah. So even if American, I mean, if people are trying to do their genealogy search with birth records and so on and so forth, right? But they run into brick walls and like standstills, because I've researched all of mine on both sides. I've researched my mom's mom, my mom's dad, which that's when I was able to go way back to the 1400s. But on my dad's side, I think I was able to get back to maybe my first great grandfather, and then mom's like damn near the same thing, but not so far as back as I was before. So there can be a cutoff point where you just can't find those actual birth records to really prove whether you came from an African that was brought over on a slave ship, an indigenous person, or somebody in your family was white, a slave master. type shit. Like it could be a bunch of different veins. It almost takes 10,000 people to make you who you are. So, I mean, you could almost just identify with whatever you could, however far back you can go, or whichever one that you're proud of the most. You like, shit, bro. Like I think I got what? So my fourth great grandfather, I probably got my slave owner, fourth great grandfather. I actually got 8 of those. You know what I'm saying? I got 8 of them. He just won just because he was white. That don't mean that I'm like all white. That's just 1/8 white. Now I got to go and look at my other one. That's 2. So I got, and he might have been Cherokee. Now I got boom, Cherokee, 1/8 white. Then another grandfather could have been shit. Let's just say that he came from Africa. He was an immigrant, came on his own, not slave, not forced. Now I got the African, the white, the indigenous, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So finding out who you are is a very complex thing, bro. It's not just as simple as to say, yeah, I found out my fourth great grandfather is white. It's like, okay, bet, bro, but you still got 8 more parts just from that lineage. And then when I go back another layer to 5th, now I got 16 of those. It doubles every generation. So could we just say, look, don't nobody we know come from Africa. We don't know that. So we here, this is our land. All of our forefathers, as far as we can go back, was from here. We Americans, and embrace the fact that you an American, and like take color out of it and say, you know, people that are similar to me that's got generations going all the way back that they call themselves Americans. You call yourself an American. I call myself an American. Now we countrymen. I mean, is that a way to look at it? Just in case they can't actually find out who they are as a person because it's so complex.
See, my only problem with the whole Africa thing is it was a white person that came up with it from Germany.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so
it's the name.
So it's just like one day it was just made up, and it wasn't that long ago. It ain't like it was 500 years ago or something. It was in the 1950s, if I'm mistaken, something like that. Like, you know what I mean? So
he didn't make up the land body though. He just made
no, I ain't saying he made up the land body. I'm saying the professor that came up with African American studies.
Oh, okay.
His parents are from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
They promote like by way of Ohio from Germany. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, how did you get all this knowledge and we don't have it? To be telling us where we from and we don't know. Like when like who told you this? How can you prove this? And then you got Vladimir Putin talking about everybody was black. Like I just like it's just they contradict themselves.
His name was Melville.
Say it again, Phil. You went out.
Melville Hestovich.
Okay, and what did he do, bro?
This is the guy that created the Back to Africa, Out of Africa theory. Him along with Francis Boas, a few other ones, but those are the main people that created this Out of Africa theory. And on top of that, for him to create this Out of Africa theory, he was born in the late 1800s. I want to say 1890 something to be exact. This out of Africa story came about in the mid 1900s. The mid 1900s, and it's pseudoscience. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, and those are the ones that came up with it. Francis Boas and Melville Hestovich. I'm looking at it. Also, since we were talking about Woodrow Wilson, when he first got into office, he stopped the labor laws for these immigrants that came in. For instance, let me tell you, he also, I was just looking at it. In 1916, new law prohibited child labor. Another limited railroad workers to 8-hour days. If we go back in history and we look at who was the railroad workers, who was the people that was laying down the actual railroad, it wasn't us. He also, when he got in the office, he lost the popular vote, but got in office by the electoral vote. That sound familiar, don't it? Didn't that just happen? So, and that was in 1912. It said that he was nominated for president at the 1912 Democratic Convention and campaigned on a program called the New Freedom, which stressed individualism and states' rights. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the guy that switched everything. He switched up everything, and he campaigned on equality for everyone, supposedly. Also with women, because women didn't have rights then. Women didn't get their rights till 1917.
While he was in office.
They've been fighting for their rights since 1848, documented. Probably before then. So he got. So it kind of it kind of everything starting to, I don't know, add up to how we got to this point. We got to this point because we easily are distracted. We're a group of people that's easily distracted. You throw anything out there that's going to distract our attention from what's at bay.
We're still doing that to this day.
Even to this day. So that's what I'm
saying. I mean, we have seen them like blatantly make up lies just in their movie. I mean, with all of the movies about the Bible and the historical figures of the Bible, from Moses to Jesus to Adam and Eve, so on and so forth, all of these people are always depicted as being white. When you're reading the Bible, all the evidence suggests that the people were black.
Melanated, yep.
So what you're saying, I mean, it lines up. It does line up because we see it happening today. Like Rail just said, they got Hannibal writing movies about Hannibal and Noah as white men. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, I don't know. Noah had a son named Ham that means black. So how can a white man have a black son? You see what I'm saying? And then like, even
listen to his name, Noah.
Well, all of that is whitewashed though, right? Like all the name Jesus and James and Luke and Matthew, like all of these things are being told in order to whitewash what was actually true, that black people was in control. You know what I'm saying? To the highest level. So I mean, it does definitely line up. That's interesting, bro. Who is the author of this story that was concocted about the African story? Run that back one more time so people can check that out.
Hold on, I'm about to. His name is Mill.
I don't feel your mic keeps going out. What's his name again?
Melville Hestovich. Hold on, I'm about to.
He was a professor at Harvard, if I ain't mistaken. He was a professor at Harvard, bruh. And his
so
parents are from Germany.
And everybody said that sounds about right. Let's go.
Hey, and his parents are from Germany, man. And they came to Ohio. He was born in Ohio. Like, what does he know? He has never been to Africa. Not from. How does he know this?
I'm gonna spell it out for you. It's hold on one second. His name is MELVILLE HERSKOVITS.
Oh,
I'd like to know some of his philosophical angles, like how he actually like felt about blacks in America. And then Germany, you know, they feel like shit. They thought niggas wasn't shit.
Sure. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Germans don't feel like that, bro. That be what the media portrays to us, bro. It's melanated people in Germany.
So you don't think like during the time when Hitler was around and they was trying to build that Aryan race, you thought that they was fucking with niggas?
Man, Hitler shook Jesse Owens' hand, man.
Blacks was the original people, and they got mad.
Did he
like
shake Jesse Owens' hand? I thought he didn't shake Jesse Owens'
Nah,
hand.
he shook that man's hand, bro. Like he was killing all them Jews because they was portraying to be us, and he knew they wasn't us. Hitler ain't never been against us. They just tried to portray it like he was.
They tried to say he was crazy when he said that blacks were the original people.
And then you got Vladimir Putin coming out saying, you know what I mean? Like they got to make it make sense.
Artifacts, though.
Yeah, they got a lot of the artifacts because they right there. They right there. They next to Africa, and you know what I mean? Like, but that's what the misconception is. The misconception is Hitler was against black people. He wasn't against us. He was cool with us. He was against the Jews. I mean the fake Jewish.
All right, Melville.
So I ain't gonna say the fake Jewish, because Jewish mean you a fake Jew. He was against the Jewish people. He knew they wasn't the Jews.
Melville, founder of Northwestern University's Anthropology Department in 1938, and the founder of university's program of African Studies in 1948.
Yeah, you would think the founder of African American Studies would look like us.
So listen, it says after the Olympics ended, stories claiming that Owens had been snubbed by Hitler circulated widely. As the most common variant of the story goes, after Owens won his first medal, Hitler, not wanting to acknowledge a non-Aryan athlete's ability, left the stadium. Although Owens himself initially insisted that it was not true, he later claimed it was. The report appeared in newspapers around the world. It is true that Hitler did not shake hands with Owens. In fact, he did not congratulate any gold medalists after the first day of competition on August 2nd, 1936. On the first day, Hitler met and shook hands with all the German gold medalists. He also shook hands with a few Finnish athletes. The night Hitler left the stadium before African-American Cornelius Johnson won his first gold medal, maintained that he had a pre-scheduled appointment. Hitler was reprimanded. The head of Owens won his first gold. Hitler did not shake hands or meet with Owens. That said, there are several reports of the Statue of Wave. So, according to Britannica, he didn't shake his hand. So, I don't know.
Check this out. Look up Time Magazine Man of the Year in 1938. And that's a U.S. That's America. That's an American newspaper. Just tell me who was the Time Magazine Man of the Year in 1938. So what you just read was all pre-1938. So who was the Man of the Year in America on Time Magazine in 1938?
Adolf Hitler, Man of the Year, 1938.
So this man was so bad and so everything, and everybody, he was the worst man because I play basketball.
Well, I don't think that that's what it's saying though. But for Hitler to not want to, but no, hold on. But let me say this though: for Hitler to not want to fuck with a nigga would be right in line with how America was doing, because in 1938. Shit, y'all just said in 1913 and in 1917 and 1921 that America, Woodrow Wilson just came in and conquered us, shut us all down, gave white people a raise, and so on and so forth. So for Hitler to say, I don't fuck with them niggas, that would make him more of a Man of the Year to America, because he was following a program of not acknowledging black excellence. To me,
I got you. Okay, so
you said Hitler was right
out of his mouth, or some only thing you want to hear of is somebody else saying that he said that. Shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm a guy that plays sports. I play basketball.
Let me to my bro in the back that said, "Do I think Hitler was racist?" If Hitler like went and killed a whole gang of racial people, Hell yeah, he probably was. He might not have even been that
Nah, I'm
racist.
talking about towards blacks. Hitler didn't feel no type of way towards black people.
How
You
do you
never
know
seen it
that though?
documented where he
How
made a
you know
statement
that, bro?
about black people.
I'm just saying how you know that.
Yeah, he was a
Let me
fucking fucking serial psychosis.
You think Hitler give a fuck about niggas, bro? Like, be for real. Like, why all of a sudden
Everybody
Hitler?
give a fuck about niggas, but this ain't one try. How many niggas do you think he killed?
He don't gotta kill none if he don't fuck with them. If they in his sight and he got in his own sight, then shit, he don't fuck with niggas. You think Hitler fuck with niggas? Like for real? No, bro.
I ain't
He
saying he
don't.
fuck with niggas. I'm just saying you ain't never heard Hitler make a statement about black people.
I ain't followed Hitler, bro. How much Hitler shit you done watched? I don't like. I wouldn't go around trying to research what the fuck Hitler like or none of that
All right, so
shit. Like, but I do know he didn't shake the young king's hand when he went over there and kicked ass, and it was because he didn't fuck with niggas,
Allegedly.
and America loved that shit.
hold on. So let me. So
He didn't shake that nigga.
Allegedly.
can I say something on
It
this?
say,
I ain't
all
about
right,
to,
so
I'm
look,
not defending no
this what it
motherfucker
say.
Hitler.
This what
Like,
it
bro, why
say.
the fuck would we defend Hitler and act like Hitler done some real shit for niggas?
No.
Like, be for
This is
real.
what it say about Hitler. It say on Britannica. It say after the Olympics ended, stories claiming that Jesse Owens had been snubbed by Hitler circulated widely. While it's true that he did not shake hands with Owens, it is worth noting that Hitler did not publicly congratulate any gold medalist after the first day of competition.
Right.
It ain't just Jesse Owens, like you know what I mean. Like that was normal.
Man, fuck
He got
Hitler at the end of the
reprimanded
day.
for it though. He got reprimanded for it. I mean, you know what, bro? I really don't even give a fuck about Hitler. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah,
Like,
fuck Hitler.
Hitler got to. Hitler don't got shit to do with us being the indigenous people of this land, bro. For real, you know, like this.
Nah, Hitler just knew that the Jewish people were not the real Jews. That's why he was killing them.
Nah, that's not why he was killing them.
I got it. Hey, can I just use this scenario, right? I played basketball. I played basketball. I'm a sore loser. If you beat me and everything else, it's times I don't shake your hand just because I'm Saudi. I'm Saudi. I'm mad. That's
Right.
human nature.
Right.
So the thing, the information that we know about Hitler is always passed down secondhand.
Yep.
Nope. And like I try to tell somebody, I'm willing to give $1,000 to whoever can find me a picture of Hitler talking bad about the blacks, killing the black, anything. Like, show me a picture of Hitler killing a black man. Show me, because he was teamed up with Congo, if I ain't mistaken. So that's what I'm saying.
Hey, bro, that Hitler talk gonna get you shut down.
Where the philosophy of neo-Nazis come from, though?
Hey, but this is the type of talk that's gonna get us banned. I'm trying to tell y'all. Can y'all hear me?
That's some shit white America picked up in the penitentiary, bro. That wasn't no shit. They thought they was motherfuckers. They just picked all that up. It wasn't. They picked all that up on their own. They put that in their own theory.
But who did they think that they was?
Because if you look at the original, what is the original swastika sign? What is that the original sign of?
What I'm asking you is the neo-Nazis.
Hitler
is the father of the Nazi Party, or he's the most prominent figure associated with Nazism. The neo-Nazis wanted to implement his philosophy, and they hate niggas and Jews. So where is the connect? So you telling me all of them motherfuckers got it wrong, and they done studied this man for their whole fucking life, but we got it right, and we ain't studied shit about none of his philosophy. Come on, bro. Like, just time down on the Hitler shit. Like, that shit ain't even worth us trying to, like, back Hitler like this nigga love niggas. Like, bro, cut that shit out.
They Jewish. They not the Jews.
But that ain't why Hitler didn't want the Jews eradicated because they was the fake Jews. The reason why Hitler wanted the Jews eradicated was because I'm gonna tell you why, bro. The reason why is because the Jews wanted to basically form their own country within Germany. And Hitler, like, you're not doing that shit. This is our country. It would be like if the blacks in America said we about to take over California and this is going to be our country with inside the United States. There would be a problem with that shit, and that's what was happening inside of from what I've read. That was the main problem. So it was like almost like some uprising shit, and then they ended up going to war. Because a long time the Jews have been trying to find their own state, their own land. That's what's going on in Palestine right now. Like they wanted their own state. They want to have their own country, but they've never had their own country like here in this modern time since they was dispersed in 70 AD. The Roman general Titus that burned down the temple, and after that, that's the diaspora. That's when the Jews that was living in that area was all kicked out of their land, and they never been back since.
But when you say the Jews, what do they look like?
According to the scriptures, the Jews, the Israelites, we are all melanated people. They look just like the Egyptians with the hieroglyphics, with the afros. Like if the Bible is real, I would think that the blacks in America are the children of Israel. We line up with all the Bible prophecies for that, but all I'm saying is the reason why Hitler didn't like the Jews, it didn't have nothing to do with them being the fake Jews or this, that, and the third. I don't know. It could have, but one of the main reasons was they was trying to like get a piece of the land for themselves to form their own state.
I really think it was more than one reason though, why Hitler did that, and it was more than one reason. That was one reason. It was, you know what I'm saying? It was multiple reasons.
Say Justin Baldwin was better in Germany than he was in the United States, bro.
We can hear you better, Real. Go ahead, say what you were saying again, bro. Because
Jesse Owens was treated better in Germany than he was here. But yet people think that Hitler was racist towards him. How was he racist towards him when he was the rock star in Germany and he was getting treated like a nigga here?
I mean, I thought that America and Germany was working in tandem until they actually went to war. Like Germany, America, like they got strong roots together. Like America fucked with Germany for a long time. But after enough was enough with the war shit, they ended up getting divided. It could have been over money, could have been, I don't know what it was, but they fell out. So just because he was man of the year in 1938, just like America sold all of them weapons to Osama bin Laden. And earlier, but then it started being they done fell out. So now they got a bang. And so just people fall out of relationships all the time. And that's what happened with Hitler being the man of the year, according to Time. And then fast forward 5 years later, now he's the worst man ever. According to America, you know? I don't know.
Right. That, like you said, according to America.
I mean, I would take it further than America. It seemed like, bro, look up right now. Do you know there's nobody else with the last name Hitler right now?
Right, and you know why? Because they put a hit out on everybody with that last name.
It's not just America. The world condemns that.
Right, because they put a hit out on everybody with that last name, and everybody that was rocking with him. So the winner just went and annihilated the loser, basically. So it's like, all right, we're gonna wipe them out, wipe them all out, wipe their family out.
The winner wrote the story, Real. See, there you go. See, he said the winner writes
right.
the story.
The winner wrote the story, so they made it to where if you even got the last name Hitler, we coming for you. So now everybody's scared to have that last name.
Exactly. So it's more than just America who feels like Hitler did some bullshit.
I mean, yeah, propaganda spreads wide. It's more than America that feel like black people are niggas.
I got a question.
Yeah.
People are seeking asylum, right? As today, we talking about these foreigners that seeking asylum, right?
Yeah.
If we was to deny them access, or take that back, say they come to America, right, and they living in America, so you got all these people from the Middle East and everything else, these women that's not that's selling alcohol, selling tobacco, they living over here, they not covering themselves, they not doing none of this, right? So say they get deported from America and they have to go back home. What you think gonna happen to them when they go back home?
I don't know.
What do you think the consequences of these people if they get deported from here to go back home after they were seeking asylum?
They could tell they people that they think that they want to come back and do the shit the right way. They could want to they could want to try again. The people there could be like telling us how was it, bro? Like what about if Real wanted to get up out of here and move to South America? What about if Real thought that he could? I'm asking you, what about if Real thought he's tired of this bullshit and he wants to move to South America and he leaves America because he's tired of this shit? When he comes back home, would we be angry with Rail for trying to make a better life for himself and try to fuck him up? Or would we be like, damn, bro, how was it? And let him tell us how it was?
It's how you leave. Back to what I was saying. These people were seeking asylum. So when they seek asylum, that means they are denouncing where they're from. So if they come here and they live a certain life and then they end up getting deported, what do you think going to happen to them when they go back to the Middle East?
Right.
They will be killed.
Yeah.
Because they just
in that instance, yeah.
Just like if you are a citizen here and you seek asylum somewhere else, you're not welcome back to America. You will be tried for treason.
What is asylum, bro?
I'm saying that the thing that was going on with Hitler, this is from the Book of Phil, that a lot of time these people were seeking asylum because they was trying to flee dictatorship. So they was coming over here or trying to come over here, trying to identify as a group of people that they are not, because they were saying that was the way to come in here. So they start seeking asylum. They start saying that they was getting persecuted because they believe, they religious beliefs. But Hitler wasn't going for that, because before you was trying to come over here to seek this new life, this when the America was all good and everybody was trying to come over here to get rich, the land of the opportunity. So all these people they was trying to flee that, trying to say, oh well, yeah, we are Jewish, we this, we that, we trying to seek asylum. So the people that didn't make it across here was getting held as traitors. They were traitors. Just like if we have somebody that trade on us in America and they find them, they will be tried for treason, which is punishable by death. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times we're not looking at the overall picture. The overall picture was these people trying to seek asylum out of nowhere and start trying to identify with a group of people they wasn't to leave and come to this new land. Hitler wasn't on that. Like, hold on, y'all traitors. Nah, y'all traitors, just like what we do. Just like any country do. Just like the people that come over here and they get this new life and they over here selling tobacco, selling alcohol, they selling all this stuff that they cannot sell even where they from.
But let me tell you this. So
if they was to go back there, they will be killed.
It's true, but let me say this though. It might not be what you do, but how you do it.
Right.
You know, it's too much. It's too much to burn kids and gas people to death. It's cruel, man. And so that's the problem. Like, why you can't get into the shit where it's like, he did it for this reason. You can't, like, there's no reasonable way to do the atrocity. There's no reasonable way to do. So I'm just taking it for what history has recorded. The concentration camps, the starving, the terrible shit is unreal. And there's no, I can't hear you, but my point is to say, like, it's doing too much. It's unreal. But go ahead. I'll let you go.
Not coming from a point of view of somebody elsewhere in the world, because they don't see things like that. They got caliphate, they got all this stuff. That's just like the ISIS fighters, the all this war that's going on. You got the Ukrainians, the Russians. They don't care. Women and children is fair game when it's war. You see what I'm saying? Like, us as Americans think a different way. Yes, I think it is atrocities, but when we talking about other countries and things like that, they don't view it as how we view it here.
I think it's just different sides. You got one side and then you got another side. So if you were the side that's doing the persecuting, then yeah, of course you're gonna say, oh, what I'm doing isn't wrong. But if you're the side that's getting persecuted, then you're gonna say, all right, yeah, they what they doing is wrong. So I just think it's all perspective. You know what I'm saying? So
It is.
it's really
It is.
perspective.
It is perspective, but sometimes perspective can get to a gray area where I don't think it crosses the line of universal law. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, some shit is perspective. Like you say, run up and shoot an old lady in the head. Like you say, there's a perspective to say, bro, he's trying to feed his family. He was trying to feed his family and be serious about the shit, to him finding a way where it's right. But it's like, and they say, well, that's just his perspective. But it's like, nah, I can't fuck with perspective right there. That shit should be universally unacceptable.
Right.
So I'm saying the shit as reported that Hitler did is universally unacceptable.
So
Just
so
period.
so universally
know
we
what it is.
accept
Like,
murder. Like as a society, we accept murder. I'm starting to sound like I'm defending Hitler, which I don't want to sound like I'm defending Hitler.
Because
Why
it's
not?
universal.
Why not?
Because
What
it's
Hitler do to you?
Okay, well, let me tell you, Real. This is
Well,
what you
because
meant.
I don't want to
This is-
defend
hold
those
on,
type
hold
of
on, hold on.
actions. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Real.
With
This
What type of action?
with
Okay,
his
so listen.
reputation, I don't want to defend that. Defend his reputation, because I don't like.
It
You
ain't
say, I don't
against
know
us
Hitler,
though.
But it's still, listen, Real. This was the point.
but like he's saying, yeah, universally that shit is messed up. I don't care.
Now look, this all I'm
It-
saying. Look, hear me out real
Hold on,
quick. This all I'm saying.
hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead, go ahead.
comment on the right thing so you know what you're saying. Some things are broken down into perspective. You could say, yeah, Hitler was wrong to them, but shit, my perspective is he was trying to clean this shit up. They was lying about who they was, this, that, and the third. You can't
Which they were.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. But we're talking about as reported. We're not even saying, okay, this never happened like that. They was lying about what they reported. I'm talking about as reported, the universal understanding, the understanding of what people believe, even if it's not true. They believe Hitler put people in ovens and burned them, concentration camps, starving, gassing. Hold on, listen.
Chambers.
Gassing people, chambers for
American media too.
For years. Hold on, we're not talking about it's not true. We're talking about as reported.
No, I'm saying by American media.
I know what you're saying. You're trying to debunk the fact the shit they.
I'm not debunking anything. No, I'm just specifying the sources. American media.
Yes, you have. Yes, as reported.
Like we ain't saying they saying that shit. They saying that over there. They only saying that here.
If what they reported is true, is it wrong? That's the question.
We don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I said if what you're saying isn't true, is true, is it wrong?
Oh, you saying about you saying about the him being against the fake the Jewish people, not the Jews, the Jewish people,
bro. Like this is what I'm saying though. The spirit of righteousness says that it's wrong to burn people in concentration camps and gas them, right? You know that mass amounts of people. You can't do that shit. That's fucked up. I don't give a fuck who does it. If I did it, I would be wrong. If you did it, you would be wrong because the thing is wrong. The thing is wrong. And once a person does it, then they're tied in with that shit now. So if
it's hard for me to say what's wrong and what's right. It's hard for me to say that as a man. Because like I said, I read a book.
You gotta stand on something. You can't say what's right and wrong. So what can you complain about?
Because I read
be unhappy about nothing.
Look, I read a book.
Nothing.
Listen to me. I read a book that said this guy killed everybody on the planet except a couple shows of people and some animals.
Listen.
So you telling me that Hitler just killed a bunch of Jewish people faking to be somebody else? Like I'm just saying, like
So if your wrong meter goes off about the Most High murdering and killing and doing whatever He want to do, then say that. Be strong enough to stand on that. Then, if you're trying to compare the Most High with Hitler,
no, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, like, it's hard for me to say.
You saying the Most High is Hitler? What is you saying?
I said I read a book.
The Most High with Hitler.
No, I just said I read a book about a bunch of people getting murdered, and it was cool. And it said that slavery is cool. It say obey your slave masters, good and evil.
Say that the Most High is wrong. Then
maybe Hitler is an evil slave master, is what I'm saying. It say good and evil. That's what it say. I'm not making it up. It say obey your slave masters, good and evil.
That what, 1 Peter or something like that?
I'm trying to tell. I'm not making this up, bro.
I know
it might sound crazy.
I'm not saying that you are. I've read it thoroughly. I've read the book.
That means if you got a slave master that's killing niggas, you still got to obey him.
But you know better than to say that the Most High is like Hitler. You know.
No,
better.
I'm saying it's a earthly, your earthly slave master, obey them, good or evil.
Are you comparing Hitler to the Most High? Are you saying
no?
Are you saying Hitler did the Most High's will?
I don't know what happened. All I'm saying is they was faking to be us.
But can you say so, bro? If somebody went and just beat up an old lady, put her in the hospital, just beat her up and raped her, or somebody molested a child, is that wrong or that's a perspective?
It depends on who it is.
Okay.
Because according to the book, it says if that's your slave master, then you gotta obey him no matter what. You can't misread the context of that.
Depends. When is that right, then, real? When is that right? When is that right? You
said
depends on who is it. You said it depends on who it is. So tell me, when is it right? Yeah. So when is it right? In what situation that's okay?
So if the Bible says that it's wrong, is it wrong? Because that's like if somebody a rape is punishable by death according to the Bible, but you can't say that that's wrong.
But raping was cool in the Bible.
But it's obviously not too, because it's written.
That's why I said it contradicts itself.
It's written in Levitical law that rape is punishable by death. So all I'm saying is,
but it also says obey your slave master, good or evil, your earthly slave master.
Do you agree with that scripture?
I don't really agree with nothing, you know what I mean, in there, but I'm just saying what it states. I'm just saying what it states.
I'm not held to
in 2024, it might sound crazy.
Like, I don't want to even be bound to like what the Bible says is right or wrong. Like that ain't where I'm at. I'm not saying like I think it's right, even though the Bible. Listen, I disagree with so much stuff that's in the Bible 100% all the time.
You disagree with what you want to disagree with.
Right, because it goes against.
But who are you to choose?
Me. I am me.
So you compare yourself to God?
I am a God. I am a God.
The Bible
said that too.
But that's what
Jesus said we gonna create. Jesus said in the Bible that we are gonna do greater works than he did.
Listen,
he said that's what it says. He said.
I don't agree with the shit that sits wrong with me. But one thing that I do know at the end of the day, for real, like whatever created me,
I need to charge, son. You got to charge it.
I have to rock with them. And I get a lot of my bills. Sometimes I think the Most High sets the Bible in front of us as a trap to see if you'll just agree with anything, whether it's right or wrong, just because they said he did it. Like it's definitely a test for you to be like, no, not right. This is right. No, like it has to click. It's got.
Hey, you want to know why it's flaws in the Bible?
It's definitely
because it wasn't written by the Most High.
And the Bible, the names in the Bible, even the ones that people say the most, Jesus and Paul and every other name, are all fake names. Like
I
you
agree
can't
with
even read the Bible.
I agree with you.
saying like made up fictional
Bro,
names.
I was turning the door now.
Can't. But it is good stuff in the Bible. You got the Proverbs, and you learn discipline from the Bible too. It's got application in there that can make you better, but you gotta decipher it the right way. But Hitler ain't the most high though. I don't even want to
didn't say that. I did not say that. All I was saying was, how do we know that he was doing wrong? Because they said we don't know what was going on. You don't know what they did over there.
Yeah, but I think burning people is too much. I think burning children is too much. So that's what I'm saying. Now, if the story isn't true about what they're reporting, then I'll change my opinion and say, I don't know about that. But I'm just talking about that practice. I think
like
that it's more civil to just go in and is it more civil to gas somebody or go in with machine guns?
All I'm saying is, look, this is all I'm saying. He wasn't doing it to us. It says that Jesse Owens got treated better in Germany than he ever did here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
so Hitler couldn't have been raped. That's all I'm saying.
That's somebody's opinion.
That's all I'm saying.
But that might not be true, bro. Like,
I'm wondering what Anne Frank and her family was doing, bro. Like, and her people. I wonder what they was always doing, bro. Like,
I listened to Jesse Lee Peterson. He said that it wasn't that bad though in the 1920s, in 1930s, and coming up. He said families was getting married. We was better off then. The way that people treated each other was with more respect. People own their land, like what y'all talking about.
Hey, you know who created meth?
No, who?
Hitler, bro.
Hitler created math?
Methamphetamine.
Oh, meth created.
Red phosphorus, baby. They was over there partying, bro. They was having a good time over there.
Yeah, I heard Hitler's whole army was on meth. That's what I heard. His whole army was like meth.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just be it be the American media making it seem like Hitler was an asshole, bro. Like, from what I read out of it, I'm like, man, dude was cool as hell. He wasn't killing niggas.
Cool, though. So what made
he wasn't killing niggas?
So just because he wasn't killing niggas, is it okay to put people in gas chambers and stuff?
Yeah, that don't seem right, bro, for you to even think like that, man.
No, I'm saying, like, what was they doing though? We don't know what was going on.
To gas chambers, what I'm saying. Is that okay? Is that okay? They was going into gas chambers. Is that part okay?
You talking about the people that stole our identity, part of our identity? He was torturing.
He put in the gas chambers, and he was putting in, and he was doing experiments on them while they was alive and all of that stuff. Whoever he did,
it was the people that was stealing our identity, right?
I'm saying, is that okay to do to people, to anybody?
It's not for me to judge, but all I'm saying is, like, the people that was stealing our identity. Okay. It sounds like we need more Hitler.
I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you, for you to judge in your moral compass, not according to nobody else. I'm asking according to you. Is that okay, according to you and your moral compass?
It depends on what they was doing. Was he doing it for no reason?
Well, you tell us what they
people get the gas chamber all the time. They still get the gas chamber to this day, don't they?
What makes it okay for them to do?
Yeah,
when they do that, what makes that okay?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? What do you think a reasonable justification for gas chambering a mass amount in kids and everybody? Tell me, I want to know this shit, because bro, you is psyched out, bro, for real. Like, you can't do that shit. You know that, bro. Come on.
Is y'all anti-war?
Well, you see, the thing be, all right, so look, if you're taking out your enemy, would you take their kids out too? If you're taking out your enemy, would you take their kids out? You would take your enemies out and then let their kids live?
Well, do you eradicate a whole nation of people once war starts?
What you mean? Like, far as what you mean, though, bro?
I'm saying, like, when do you stop then, bro? When do you stop?
You don't kill kids. So do you?
He was trying to genocide. He was trying to genocide them, bro. He was trying to get them up too.
So do you kill their parents too? You kill the kids and their parents?
You do.
I mean, you kill their kids and their parents?
It doesn't stop, bro. And then you also have to kill other relatives like cousins.
That's how it normally goes.
Anybody who would seek revenge, you kill them all. But see,
that's how it normally goes.
That's why
you see it in mafia movies all the time. Your whole family dead.
But real, even if we see this stuff, it doesn't make it right, player. Like shit exists is not right. So don't give us just like
no. My thing is, who are we to judge right and wrong?
Like, oh, because we see the shit in movies now, then that makes it right. Like that shit don't mean
right and wrong. Like
God was killing niggas.
Wrong though, Phil.
All I'm saying is God was killing niggas. If you read the Bible, bro, that nigga killed the planet, bro. Babies and everything. You cool with that?
Real. 1 second. As Mr. Logical, please take the mic and tell Real that what he is saying is not logical, bro.
When God killed the whole planet.
Bro, of course, one time, bro.
Yeah, so when 9/11 happened, right? And you got all these kids that lost their lives in the towers and everything, right? So when we as a nation went and invaded Iraq and then Afghanistan.
It was wrong. It was terrible. It was wrong.
But hold on. But did the mass majority of us think like, oh man, they about to start killing kids? They about to start. No, yes. Most of us was trying to seek revenge. Most Americans were okay with just seeking revenge. They wasn't thinking logically like, oh man, it's about to be women and children, innocent.
But how you know though? How you know? How do you know? That's according to what though, Phil? That's according to who?
Man, it's videos and everything of women and children dying when we invaded.
But that's propaganda, though. That's propaganda. That's propaganda for beating the war drum. They just showing you that to make you believe that. Right, bro. Let me tell you something. If a
no, they be sending little kids to war.
If a major news outlet shows a story, they have intention on the mindset that they want this to like make. So if they showing you pictures of people rallying for war, go over there and blow all them motherfuckers up, bro.
I know people that was in the military that did tours in Afghanistan.
Everybody is thinking. So don't believe the war propaganda that most Americans wanted to go in and go to war with Iraq from 9/11. They was mad as fuck at first. I ain't gonna hold you. I know that. But then, like, once it really started happening, it was a lot of war protests saying that they're going over there for weapons of mass destruction. They never found any of the weapons of mass destruction. And that was a big deal of the time that people was talking about.
For sure. But we're still over there killing little kids, too.
It's wrong, though, bro. Just because we do it don't mean that it's not wrong. That shit's wrong.
But I'm saying, who's to say what's wrong and right for real, though?
Me.
We are as men. Right.
Me.
You are as a man.
I'm the same. Right, you are too, bro.
But the most sold book in the world says that it was murders going on, rapes, all that. Sodomy, all that.
But you have to still understand it's wrong, even if that book is doing that. You have to question.
So you saying God was wrong?
God is not the Bible, bro. The Bible is a book that is made in order for you to decipher and be a man and figure out the message.
And when I understand. All I'm saying is it went into explicit detail. It was like I was seeing a movie.
You have to be the man and say, this Bible is giving me a test to understand that this is wrong. Like
that's your interpretation of it. That's what you know what I mean. I'm just reading it for what it is.
I'm giving you wisdom, bro. Well, now you don't gotta think like that no more because I'm telling you the truth. Decipher the right and the wrong like you already do, but be strong enough to stand on it and say it. Because listen, bro, when I listen to you talk, you got the juice. You like the shit that you saying. I know, bro. You, like, come on, bro. Like, are you standing on some shit that's?
I just read. Look, when I read stuff, I read it for what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't try to put no spin on it.
The surface of nothing. You got to dig beneath the surface to get the reasoning for why. You always understand the biasness of whatever you're reading. Now, listen, I have my reservations about all historical events, including the Holocaust. Like, I want to see the shit that they're counting because the numbers of the Holocaust say some super killing was going on every second of the day.
Yeah, it was some bodying going on.
Well, listen, though. It's a lot though. It's like too much. Where you like, damn, that
But
nigga.
nah, not really though. Think about it like this.
Hold
Think
on.
about how much we kill each other.
Have you ever done the math? Because I did the math on
Nah, I ain't do the exact man. What you got?
How many people would had to have been killed per
What you got?
day? Okay, so I'm about to give it to you. Y'all keep talking. I'm about to give you the answer right now.
But no, my only thing be like, look how much we kill each other. We kill each other more than anything on the planet.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Who is we?
No, we don't.
Us as Black Americans, we body each other.
No, we don't. Not more
The
than
body
anything.
count up there, bro.
The war in Ukraine and the war in Palestine, we don't be doing that type of shit.
Not more than
That's
anything
heavy
on the planet,
killing.
bro. Like,
I ain't saying at one time. I'm talking about over a period of time.
Like,
But wouldn't you say
that,
Ukraine and Russia are the same people? That's like Ukraine and Russia fight.
Russia bigger than Ukraine. They ain't equal. They're not equal.
It is, but what I'm saying is, it's kind of like I'm talking about the family of people that they are. Like that's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We're the same family of people. So Russia and Ukraine is essentially white on white crime.
Russia used to be Ukraine.
There, you see. So they kill each other just as much or more, but even with more military and might and
that's
fucking each other up.
How you gonna say that?
Nah, no country has guns like we do.
Man, look, bro, I don't think black people
kill each other for war, for real war.
We don't, but we don't have to be at war. Like, bro, dude just got killed the other night at the 16-year-old just got shot. It was over 100 shots that went off at the banks the other night.
That's crazy.
Downtown at the banks.
In Dayton?
Like that's just normal. It's normal for us to kill each other. It's normal. What we complain about is when another race kills us. Oh, this white guy killed this. Like, bruh, you know what I mean? Like, damn, y'all be killing each other all this time, and then one white person kills a black person. It's a problem.
Or no less than any other race, though. We don't kill each other no more than any other, or no less than any other race.
Yes, we do.
You know what I'm saying?
You get into an argument with a nigga, man, it turns fatal.
But don't argue with niggas. But I'm
females
just saying,
and all.
Kill that. I don't.
Like, look, I think it was last year. Wasn't that last year in Chicago on Father's Day when Shorty told her 14-year-old son to go to the car and get the gun, and that nigga came back and killed that nigga and chased him down and shot him in the back. Like, females is telling their kids to kill this nigga. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't just us. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't know.
Like, that's what we do. We condition to kill each other. Like, bro, if you want a gun, you want to holler at a teenager, a black teenager. They got the heat.
Facts.
They got the livest shit. Like, bro, they got military shit, bro. Teenagers. These niggas be like, you don't want to get into it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where y'all live at, bro. Don't come around my way talking crazy to these young niggas, man. You're going to be on a t-shirt.
So with that being said, though, Real, who is to blame for that? Who would you blame for that?
The government caused it. You know what I mean? The number one blame is our government. You know what I mean? It stems from there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because of what happened in the 1900s, man. The early to mid 1900s. You know what I mean? They start sending us to war and taking us out the household. So, you know what I mean? Like, these dudes is getting raised by their moms. You know what I mean? They ain't got no daddies. And, you know what I mean? They not getting taught what they need to be taught to become a man. You feel me? So,
hey, remember this number, 1460. Remember that.
What's by Kroger?
1460. All right, 1460. But B-Nut, that's my answer though, man. Like, when they took us out of the households and made us start going to the military and sending us to go die, bruh, our women are over here raising our kids, bruh. You know what I mean? By themselves. That's why homosexuality is at an all-time high. All these dudes are feminine, dressing like females. You know what I mean? Like, the dudes ain't got power no more. Like, men don't have power anymore. As soon as you get a female pregnant and she has your kid, who got custody? She do.
So check this out, bro. There for 6 million Jews to die in 4 years, it would have been 4,109 per day. Per day. Per day. So you got to kill 4,000 people.
They was hunting.
4,000 people per day. So let me see. 4,009
per day for how many days?
Divided by.
He said it for 4 years.
For 4 years.
4 years.
1,420 days. You had to kill 4,000 people per day. Now check this out.
For 1,400 days.
Now look, you got me on that. I didn't say the same time period. I was just saying we over time.
Now listen, that's 171 people per hour. For 4 years, you killed 171 people per hour.
Man, who's doing that much killing? Who did that much killing? You said
this
who did that much killing?
Is the Holocaust. This is the Holocaust.
Did that? Hitler did that?
Bro, all right, so look,
that's a lot.
Okay, so look, check this out. Since we talking about Hitler, right? Hitler invaded Belgium, right? Belgium, Leopold II is on record for killing over 10 million people. Germany invaded Belgium. They invaded Belgium in 1914. They invaded Belgium. This guy Leopold, who was the dictator of Belgium, is on record killing 10 million black people. But yet we talk bad about him because he was the leader of the Free State of Congo, right? So so we talking about somebody that killed 10 million black folks. And now we go and nobody knows that, but yet we talking about a person that invaded him.
No, I'm asking y'all, do y'all think that it's true that they could have killed 171 people per hour?
Yeah, it could be true.
That's a lot, bro. I don't know.
Sick,
I don't know. 100 for 4
years. It ain't
days.
more than Belgium, no.
24 hours a day.
Doing stuff like
Amazon
if you're doing stuff like concentration.
Yeah, you buy a lot of shit off it. Like it ain't coming from Amazon.
And
Still
you
Amazon.
gassing niggas and you experimenting on these niggas and you got these niggas and like, you know what I'm saying, doing all type of crazy shit. You starving these niggas. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. You doing all it's on site with these niggas, like really on site, nigga. Like yeah.
They said they used to come to their house and check with the soldiers knocking on the door, checking to see if any Jews is hiding in there.
Right. So you know, if it's like that, then think. If it's like that, then they killing niggas by the numbers. That's the only way. If that was true, they would have to be killing niggas like. But the Jews should be wiped out then. How many Jews was it then? So and then why they ain't all like the same age right now? You know what I'm saying? Like it should be a gap within the Jews, a big gap within their generations if they killed that many Jews during that time. You know what I'm saying?
So it's like 6 million.
It's only 6 million Jews right now.
It ain't as much as Berlin. What you say, Phil?
It's 15 million right now.
It's 15 million Jews.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this.
I'm talking about the Jews because that's a different group of people, though, man. I don't even like to say Jews. Like when you thinking about it like that, you can't even say Jews. You would have to say
Jewish.
You would have to go. You would have to go by their tribes, man. Like what group of people were they? Because Jews are like that's like a religion. So that's a practice.
But they Jewish though. They not Jews.
But right, so you would have to call them by their tribes. Then it would have to be something like
they ain't had no tribe.
What group of people were they?
I say this then. So how can we say a man Hitler didn't mess with black folks when he invaded Belgium? Here go Leopold. He was Leopold reigned over Congo Free State. However, he became infamous for his brutality. The people of Congo were forced into labor for value resources including rubber, ivy, and personal enriched the Leopold. He go on the record for killing over 10 million people from Congo.
Twice as many as Hitler.
And Hitler in Germany
Bro, but
invaded Belgium.
that's terrible too, though. Like, just because somebody else does something bad, don't mean that like another person can. All of it is fucked up. So I'm not even. It's worse. It's worse. It's obviously worse. My question is, why haven't we learned about this person that killed 10 million people? We ain't never even heard of him. So that's fucked up. They try to like. That's what I'm saying. They try to. They don't give a fuck about niggas. You can kill 10 million niggas and don't nobody know about the person who did it. You know, that's some
a country that invaded this country that's known for doing all these atrocities to black folks. They invaded them. They went to war with them. So how can we say Hitler didn't rock with black folks when he invaded a whole country that been oppressing black folks?
Because you don't know why he invaded that country, bro.
That's right.
You don't know why he invaded. Like, you just because they was in a war with Belgium don't mean that they didn't do some shit to Hitler to make him want to go over there and get into it with him. You know? I didn't hear you, bro.
I said, but you don't know why these Jewish people, the Jewish people, not the Jews, the Jewish people was killed. You don't know why they was killed.
I do know why they were killed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because they was trying to take part of the land of Germany for themselves, according to what I read. That's what and he was tired.
I ain't tripping on that.
What he was doing, but it was too much to me. To me, like, y'all, I don't think that I question a lot of the shit about it all, you know. But if that's true, then it's doing too much. But maybe not.
And it's not just
all I'm saying is, why we making it seem like Hitler is the worst dude in the world when it's been people that's been worse?
Hold on, let me tell you.
I never said he was the worst dude in the world, although he probably is doing some shit like that. I never.
Nah, Phil just told you, dude, killed 10 million.
Oh yeah, no, he's the worst.
Over
person.
10.
The person that killed 10 million. Yes, he's the worst.
And he probably ain't the worst. That's just probably what he killed. Like people, man. Hey, look, niggas get murdered every day, B. You know what I mean?
Give you a quick estimate of casualties, right? It say estimates vary, but about half of the Congolese population died from punishment and malnourishment.
Wow. Half?
Yeah, he's the worst person ever, bro.
Half.
Man, but they used to chop niggas' hands off in the Congo and send them back to the motherfuckers to prove that they motherfucking chopped.
They still do that to this day. Get caught in certain countries stealing, or like, man, they gonna get you together, bruh.
And let me ask y'all something though. So if the brothers and sisters in America are really the indigenous people of this land, right? The people that they portray to be the real indigenous people of the land, who are they and where did they come from?
Russia. They come from here. Russia. Not being the skin color they are.
Oh, well.
With the hair they got.
Who you talking about? White people?
The people they call themselves Native Americans and Indians.
Oh, the Indians? They
really don't say the Indians; they say Native Americans.
No, because it's two different sets. Because they got the one. This is what I read. Now this is what I read. So they had the Indians that was here, the natives or the people that was here when the colonizers got here. They had a group of people that roamed the land, and then they followed the buffalo, and these were the people that came, the Somalians or whatever. They came out of Russia, or where they came from the north or whatever, came out of Alaska area, and they came here and they came down here. And these people, and you could tell these people because they didn't have a culture. These people didn't have any recipes. They didn't have any artifacts. They didn't have any, you know what I'm saying, songs and nothing like that. They didn't have a real culture. They just followed the buffalo. and then you had another set of people here that had culture, they had all of these things, and these are the people that was building here already, and the
Which
people,
was us.
you know what I'm saying? Which right, and these are the people that was here before the people that followed the buffalo got here, and those are the two different sets of what the so-called Indians.
What about the
only one group of Indians? The other ones are Native Americans. You getting confused with who we classify as Native Americans and who do we call Indians? It's them two groups of people. We don't mix those. Native Americans are the like Siberians, the Mongolians, the Europeans. Those are who we consider
certain
Native
Europeans.
Americans.
Like we can't even say Europeans for real.
Indians are the indigenous people that was here already. They got tribes. They got documentation stating who they are, what's going on, this and that. You cannot find in genealogy. You will not find Chief Sitting Bull or whatever his name is tied to no land, no nothing. Like it's the difference between Indians and Native Americans. Indians have documentation proving why that they indigenous to this land. Native Americans is always speculation. It's a difference.
Yeah. And they live on what do they live on? Reservations.
And there you go. And that's how and that's how you can trace those. And when you go back and you start tracing those Indians and Native Americans, and you'll start to see that, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you'll see some with the Indians were the ones that, like you said, that had the land and stuff like that. They tribes, and you got the different tribes, and you got different languages and stuff like that. That's what I look at the languages, and you'll see the differences in the languages, and you know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, because they didn't have alphabets. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these languages didn't have alphabets until the Europeans got here. You know what I'm saying? So and they started turning these lighter Indians against the darker Indians when they started doing that, and you have that too. So it was a lot going on, and like certain people.
You talking about the $2 Indians, the $5 Indians?
Well, yeah, that was more of a governmental thing, though. You know what I'm saying? When the government got involved in the Indian game, and they changed because at first the government was on, their policy was on kill the Indian. That was the thing, kill the Indian, and then it turned into kill the Indian, keep the man. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when I think around the time that the $5 Indian came out and all that, they started doing that. You can be, you know, when they switched it from kill the Indian, keep the man, they switched it to kill the Indian, keep the man. That means, you know, we're gonna change this Indian and bring him into our system. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring him into our system and change him and make him an American. You know what I'm saying? So now he's an American Indian, you know, instead of
classified as white.
You know what I'm saying? So they started that, and they told these Indians to come down and start doing registering, and they cost them $5.
So they could classify as white, right?
Right. It was white people going to register also just to pay $5, and you know what I'm saying? But that's how much. So that's when they did that, $5 Indian, and but it's all there. And like, but what I was saying though, it's like people research and they go down different rabbit holes, and that doesn't mean that the information that you found when you went down your rabbit hole isn't also true. Two things can be true at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because this may have been going on over here in, let's say, in the New York area, and then you know you got something else going on in the Mississippi area, and these two, it's like almost two different worlds because they didn't have cell phones and stuff like that. So these two separate worlds. You know what I'm saying? It took them at least 3-4 days to send a message, to even communicate with each other. So you know what I'm saying? It was like you may have found this happening during the same time as this other thing that was happening. So it doesn't mean that one of them isn't true.
It's all interesting. It's almost, you know what it boils down to, bro? It boils down to how deep you're willing to go to find the truth. You know, you keep researching and researching, and you just start feeling more firm and firm about the things you believe, you know. It's what do you trust?
Right, but you could also find whatever it is that you're looking for. Because if you come up with a theory in your head, and then you can go and research and find stuff to support that theory, whether it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? And then if you find stuff that's close, and you twist something that's close, and you just take one word out of it, and it's like, yeah. Now you make it say exactly what your theory is. You know what I'm saying? You got people that do that too when we talk about this type of stuff, and that's why people write books like that, though. That's what I'm saying, and that's why you get like all of these type of this crazy information. So you got to even check that type of stuff too. Like when you read out there researching and you reading these books and stuff, and they done took it and they done twisted the truth. You know what I'm saying? A little bit to make it fit their theory. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they did with the Bible. That's why they got so many different translations. You know what I'm saying? Because they trying to take it and make it fit their narrative.
Right.
You gotta think about it, man. We talking about the same people that told us 1 × 1 = 1.
Okay, that's true.
Like that, like think about how crazy that sounds. Take something and times it by something, and it equals 1.
Real.
Like we talking to like that. These are people we talking about, bro.
Real. So tell me why 1 × 1 don't equals 1.
So if you take $1 and times it by $1, it only equals $1.
Yeah, it only equals $1.
All right.
Because if I take $1,
you take $1 and take another $1 and times it by itself.
Right. Hold on, no. I'm gonna tell you what that's saying. If I take $1 and I give it to you, one time, how many dollars will you have?
But you gotta give me another $1 because you gotta times it by that $1.
Then that's $2, though.
I know.
If I gave you $2,
that's the same thing as 1 × 1.
No. That's 1 × 2 because I gave you $1 2 times. That's 1.
Nah, you moving the goalpost.
No, that's you saying I got to give you another $1. If I give you another $1, then that'll be 1 × 2 because I gave you $1 2 times.
Hey,
if I give you $1 1 time,
it's a play.
So look, y'all.
Both of y'all be right.
Jeez.
Both of y'all are right.
We both can't be
How
right.
Can 1 × 1 = 1?
Because what you're saying,
1 × 1 = 1.
Because multiplication is like fast track addition. Yes. It's always adding. Multiplication is designed to add quickly. So when you are, look, what you're saying is like, yes, $1 1 time. But if somebody was like, bruh,
times another $1, it's 1 times another $1.
Multiply this $1 by 1. If somebody said multiply this $1 by 1, the person would automatically understand you're saying, give me another $1, which gets you to 1 multiplied by 1 is 2. But if somebody does give you $1 1 time, then you do only have $1. So times and multiplied, those words get tricky when you're using the 1. And that's
we're talking about.
How can you multiply if you're not adding?
Meaning. So we're talking about actual meaning. So actual meaning, you actually you didn't multiply, you actually added.
Oh shit!
When you gave
Right.
him another dollar, you actually
And
added
hold
one
on,
more dollar.
I can think of an argument that says like 1 times 1 is 1 in this example. So listen, if you're multiplying 21 times 31, right? And you do that first initial multiplication, you say 1 times 1, then you put 1 there. Then you say, okay, what's 1 times 2? 21. Then 21, 31. So like that situation, that 1 does equal 1 as the placeholder, the value for the ones, tens, hundreds category.
Right, because if you put 2 there,
it does
then your math
multiply
would be
the 1
wrong.
right there.
Right, because if you put a 2 there, then your math would be wrong. You know what I'm saying? You can't say
But
1 times 1 is 2.
multiply, if I got 1 and I say multiply this by 1, that does mean give me another. That's what it's supposed to be.
I mean, but that's slang though, but that's not actual meaning. That's
1
slang.
multiplied by 1 is 2.
I got a question though.
It got to be.
But 21 times 31 is not 1 times 1. It only happens in that example. It's only one. It's only 1 times 1, but it's not 1 times 2 or 3 or 4 or anything. Because 1 times 6 isn't 7, though, right?
Yeah, that's what they tell us.
I'm asking you, do you think it does?
What they tell us, yeah. That's what they taught us. They taught us 21 times 0 is 0.
But listen though, real.
Don't say what they told us. What do you think?
That's what I'm saying.
Bro? That's what we want to know. What you think, bro?
It's not what they taught us.
We just chopping it
not
up.
Like,
we don't
it's
know.
not like they made that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's what's actually happening. They're like, you know what I'm saying? That's what's actually happening. That's used to explain situations. That's what math is. That's what that type of math is. That's used to explain a situation. Like me giving you $1 one time. You know what I'm saying? Or you use that type of math to figure those type of figures out. So you can't go and now change the math because your math will be wrong because your numbers will be off. You know what I'm saying?
Who say they ever taught us the right math?
But
21 times 0 is 0, bro.
That's the most high, though, bro. This is the most high. That's like what's in
that ain't
realm.
The most
that's
high.
What it is.
Man-made stuff.
That's divine, bro. You think math is man-made? Math is not man-made, bro. Math is what's happening. Math is the way to explain physical things, bro. Math.
Who created math?
Bro, math is it's just there because things is just there. It's just the way to explain it. You know what I'm saying? So if something is 3 feet, you can't say it's 4 feet. Or if something is 13 meters, you can't say.
But who made up the measurement about feet and meters though? You see what I'm saying? That was man, bro.
If I give you something though, if I give you something 3 times, you can't go and then tell Phil, oh, he gave me something 7 times just because you want to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, I know 1 times 1 might be 2, but it's 1.
All I'm saying is 100,000 times 0 can't be 0.
Right. I agree with that too.
That's all I'm saying, bro. 100,000 times 0 cannot be 0.
Right. That shit sounds crazy, bro. But the 0.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Like
what I'm saying,
it works as a placeholder with 10, but 0 times a number. If I got 100 things and I say
we were taught this as kids, man. That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
It don't mean take them away from you. Yeah.
Like when you
start explaining things, math is used to explain, bro. Like math is used. You got to use math to explain. So explain 100,000 times 0. Explain that.
It should at least
it just means you didn't get anything taken. It means you didn't get anything taken away from. But I think that's maybe meant to show us that
subtraction though. But that's subtraction. So that's that's 100,000 minus 0. That means that you didn't get anything taken away. But what's 100,000 times 0?
What'd you say?
What's 100,000 times 0?
0.
No, I'm saying explain that. Can you explain 100,000? Like 100,000 minus 0 is meaning nothing.
Is 100,000.
Take anything away.
100,000.
Hold on, wait. Let me try to explain what I mean. When I say explain it, 100,000 minus 0 means that you didn't take anything away from that 100,000.
Yeah, because
whatever 100,000. So what's 100,000 times 0 means?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
What's 100,000 plus 0?
100,000.
That
100,000.
So 100 minus and 100 plus.
No,
100. Listen,
right.
bro.
100,000.
We're trying to tell you, bro. B-Nut. If 100 plus 0 is 100, then when multiplying is addition, it does not make sense to take it away there, because and if it does, and that's the only. Hold on, let me tell you, there is an explanation, and it's because the place holding value that 1 and 0 have when you get to double digit numbers. But you can't say that multiplication means adding fast, and then when it comes to the very first thing you say, it don't mean that right here though. It don't mean like this trickery. So it does, but
the trickery comes
the common
in
sense
when you're
tell
saying
you
that
that
multiplication. The trickery comes
addition,
in when you say multiplication is adding fast. So that's the trickery when you say that, then because if that's not so, then that's the trickery. So multiplication is adding fast.
I mean, in order to make the real statement, okay, I'll tell you, because in order to tell somebody an easy explanation of what math of what multiplication is a fast track to addition. But when you first start, and this is where the trickery happens, or this is like how it's set up for you to be able to do this type of math. There could be a type of math that exists to get you more results, but the type that we're practicing right now gets us these results, but it may not be universally better. It's only what we're doing right now. But let's say that we did implement one thing is 1 degree turned because of this fucked up math thing, or 2 things, who knows? It could unlock different dimensions and shit that we're not using right now.
Yep.
So you don't know for sure that the type of math we have is perfect.
It's proven it's a flaw in it. It's a flaw in everything we do.
But okay, that might be true, but you don't got the answer though. You don't know what we're doing wrong.
Man, so
and we are using this math though. So, we're using this math.
What I'm saying is this though, is that it's proven that there's no flaw, because numbers, you can't do this math correctly and come up with a flaw, right? So that's what I'm saying. Because like what you don't understand is like what I'm trying to say.
Speak up a little bit, B-Nut.
I said what I'm trying to say about math, period. These equations, these problems and stuff, or these things that's like the multiplication, adding, subtracting and stuff, all of this stuff is just different way to explain physical things. You know what I'm saying? So once you start explaining physical things, you know what I'm saying, and using you have to use this math correctly. You can't go and say, oh, physically I did something one time and you get 2 out of that. You can't.
All right.
You
now
can't
look,
do
B-Nut, hold on, B-Nut. Let me tell you this, because I be having short-term memory loss, bro. Let me tell you this while I remember. So how you say use the math correctly? What if we not getting taught the correct math? Like what? Like why? Like what if that's why they don't know how we built the pyramids or these buildings, some of these old structures? What if they got the math wrong?
Right.
What if it's that simple? Motherfuckers got the math wrong, bruh.
Man, exactly. I mean, we don't know what different mathematics.
I don't understand what that means, man. What do you mean by
because, bro, there's certain things we haven't figured out, bro. I mean, listen, maybe there's more,
but that doesn't mean that what we did figure out is wrong, though. That's what I'm saying. You trying to say,
but we didn't figure it out, though. Like, look, that's my whole point. Hold on, that's my whole point. We didn't figure it out. We've been indoctrinated.
We figured out that 1 times 1 is 1.
We didn't figure that out.
One as not one time. Not 1 times 1. With 1 as a placeholder, it does, but not. It's fucked up at the beginning of that math shit, but we're making it work because we are building shit off of math. We're doing a bunch of shit off.
We look beyond it, like, you know what I mean. Don't worry about 1 time.
We could be beyond it, bro. We could be doing more shit. Like, bro, do you know we should be able to teleport and actually we can fucking like really, literally. It's all kind of shit. We could live forever. It's a bunch of shit that can get like.
Because, you know, they say we only use like 10% of our minds, if that.
Right. So what I'm saying is we don't got it all figured out.
If you're a genius. And that's if you're a genius.
Math is the only math. Like, this is one math solution that can work, but there can be other math solution applications that would make us more advanced.
Just like the calendar. The calendar is wrong, bro.
The calendar seems wrong. Did you see the shit that we really got 13 months? It's like,
look, let me tell you. So what is in Latin? What's Deci? Deci means 10.
It means what, bro?
10.
10. Okay, 10. All right.
Nueve, like you know what I mean? Nueve is 9. You know what I mean? Octo is 8. You know what I mean? Like, so why is October the 10th month? Why is November the 11th month? Why is December the 12th month? Why is the new year in the middle of winter?
Right.
You know what I mean? Did that make sense? Don't it make more sense for New Year to be the beginning of the spring? Everybody, when everything start growing,
and 365 days in a year when this complete
it's an uneven number.
It's 360. We all know a whole circle. A circle is 360 degrees.
And then 365 is only what, like every 4 years it's a leap year type shit.
Right.
You know, like that don't make sense, bro.
Right. Yeah.
And
13 moon cycles.
I did this math too. So how many weeks in a month?
4.
Right.
So, and it's how many months in a year?
12.
So how many weeks
extra
is that?
days in a week though?
So how many weeks is that?
It's supposed to be what, 52?
So
no, it's 48. It's 48. It's 48.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking about what it is right now.
So that's 48 weeks. That will give that math.
You gotta make it 28-day months.
Give you 48 weeks in a year.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. It gotta be 28 months though.
But it's actually 52 weeks in a year.
Yeah, but that's because they got extra days. All them extra days equal up to another month. You know what I mean? It's like 2 or 3 days in every month besides February. That don't even make sense.
And that's where the 13th month went.
Different days in every month.
That's what I'm trying to. That's where the 13th month went.
Yep, because it's 13 months.
I'm trying to give you the game on how to get that out. You know what I'm saying? That's where the 13th month went.
Yeah, because it's 13 moon cycles.
And it's 13 moon cycles. And the actual calendar is the moon. And this is what I was trying to. Man, look, I was just having this conversation. So
we trying to tell you calendar, that's how we can suspect that the math is fucked up, because the numbers that they're giving us is one off damn near. Think about that. They're giving us 12 months when it's really
the easiest way.
And had they said 1 times 1 was 2, like they should have, then it would be 13 months.
What I'm saying, the math that doesn't make the math fucked up, because we're using
math is fucked up. They're giving us the wrong.
We're using math. We're using
the
same
math. The math is fucked up because they're giving us wrong months. They're saying it's 12 months and it's 13.
Wrong. But that ain't math. That's
months. B-Nut.
B-Nut.
Hey, look.
The moon cycle is not math, and how the earth rotates and the moon rotates. How is that not math?
That's not saying that the math is fucked up. That's saying that the months is fucked up. We're literally using math to determine that these months is fucked up. That's how you know the math ain't fucked up.
I mean, but we're going along with this wrong.
Look, B-Nut.
That's what we're doing, right? We're going along with not wrong math, but we're going along with them telling us that that something is natural, isn't that we shouldn't be going by.
Damn, you keep calling me, man.
Which is the moon. The moon is our natural calendar, and we have accepted a man-made calendar and we've accepted that. So now we accept everything that comes with that. So now that's and this is what I'm saying about math. Math is something that's natural. Like you naturally, if I give you something twice, you got two things. That's math. It's saying that you got the two things that I gave you. I'm using math. That's what I'm saying. That I gave you something twice. So we go to explain that. We're gonna call
math is only what
2.
you're calling, like you're just using this word math. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man.
But this the thing though.
We're telling you like things can unfold different ways though, bro.
Big B, look, this the thing. So look, we're gonna say the death of Jesus, bruh. Jesus is the only person that we know in history that died in 2 different months because of the math. Sometimes his death date is in March, sometimes it's in April. You see what I'm saying? If we had the correct months, the correct days in a month, it'll be the same time every year, bruh. Our birthdays will probably be the same day every year, bro. Because it's the same. Everything the same. You was born on October the 10th, 2021 or whatever. Your birthday should be October the 10th, 2022.
On the same day.
On the exact same day, like on Tuesday. Tuesday, October the 10th. Next year, Tuesday, October the 10th. You know what I mean? Like, everything should be perfectly symmetrical.
But now they got it set up where your birthday is on the very next day every year. Have you noticed that? You know, if your birthday was on
I have. I'll be tracking it, bro. I'm telling you, man, I ain't just start doing this, bro.
Thursday, Friday. So
it's crazy, man. When you start really digging into this shit, this stuff diving deep, man, like I'm telling you.
We've been lied to. We've been lied to, man. We've been lied to.
And like I said, I've been doing this as a little kid, bro, just wondering, like, hold on, man, like, why that don't even make sense. I like all my teachers said I could have been a mathematician, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, cause I can explain math equations without showing the work, and I can't show you the work. It just works in my mind like that. Now I'm not the best at it, but it's just like if it don't make sense, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't see. I think when you're doing something by zero, multiplying, dividing, adding, or subtracting, all of it should just keep its
be
place.
that number.
Take it away. Yeah, all of
it. Yeah, it should be that number.
And not only addition and subtraction, it's but I think
if I times B by 0, how you gonna tell me it's 0? Ain't no more B?
Right. But in a way, yeah, because if
so
you
listen,
just
bro,
I'm gonna tell you, hold on, let me say this. If you got something and you don't do shit with it, it will be 0. You gotta fucking work. You gotta get out there and work that shit. So yeah, if you got something and you multiply it by 0 and don't hustle,
right? And that's what
me myself, I think it should still be that number. If I got $1 million and I times it by 0, it should still be $1 million.
But the time was mean what? You times what? How many times you did what times?
Huh?
You gotta keep going.
That? You gotta do something.
Man, y'all low. Do I need to back up and come back in or something?
Y'all gotta keep going. I don't know.
It's gotta be done a certain amount of times. Like what
I got a phone call, man. When I got off the phone call, y'all low.
Come back in.
Out and come.
All right.
I got a question though. Can we answer my question? Because I thought I didn't get a chance to get to it, but I don't want to be too long. Didn't.
Nah, go ahead, bro.
So me and B Nut had this conversation earlier, and I just want to get your input on it. And and we had a discussion. Where do white folks come from?
Try a little bit louder. My phone about to die. I'm at 2%.
What's your input on where do white folks come from?
I'm over a bunch of iPhone users' houses. They ain't got no USB-Cs. So if it do cut off, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. What is it again, bro? Hold
He
on,
said, where
real.
do white people come
Not
from?
real. My bad. We can't hear you, Phil.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Me, real, myself, real, and Bina had this conversation earlier, right? So I love to get your input on it, right? And it's opinion based, right?
Yeah.
So, where do you think white folks come from?
I think that all the races on this planet came here from other star systems. And we here on Earth, similar to how America is. Like all nations come to America to try to get lit because this is the place to be. I think that that's what Earth is, some kind of galactically, and we come from different places. That's what I think. All races, including white people, come from somewhere else, and they migrated to Earth. And I think we all humanoids, we are capable of, man, coming together, having children, doing whatever it is. But that's what I think. I don't know. And I think that's why we all look different. Because that's how I feel, I guess.
Okay, so let me say this. Can I say this about that?
Yeah.
All right. So, all right, with that being said, now, I got a question too, but I wonder this if where do you think they landed at on Earth? If they came from a star system and they landed here on Earth and they started their people, where do you think they landed and they started at on Earth?
I don't know. Just because of programming, I'd say Europe.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. But because of programming, this is what history tells us, or seem to tell us.
Right.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. This is what history seems to tell us, as far as when you look at these artifacts and documentations.
But man, all of it is just speculation because where do you think black people came from? Did we come from another star system? Or are we indigenous to Earth? I can't hear you, Phil. Go ahead, bro.
It's the Earth. We some people.
Okay.
I believe that we are indigenous to this land, this Earth. We are the original sun people. We don't the sun don't bother us like it bother other people. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the reason why I asked that question because B-Nut told me, and his answer was just like yours. Well, actually, your answer is similar to my answer because I was saying by programming, we automatically think that they come from Europe. But if we go back in Europe's history, ain't no pale people before 1750. Ain't it's gonna get slow for him. And he telling me, and I was trying to tell him that
before 1750.
Yeah, it gets slow. It get real slow.
After that or before it?
Before pre.
So what about so is Alexander and Napoleon? Oh, I don't know about Napoleon. He wasn't. But like Caesar and all of that.
I mean, if you go back and you look at the document and not speculation, just the document and like the of these people and everything else, it's all speculation. Some people say Caesar was melanated. Some say he was pale. Some I don't. It's all speculation. So, but I'm
what
just
about
saying
okay? What about the statues then? What about the statues? When you look at these statues of these people, and because those were what they had. They didn't have cameras. They had statues and they had stuff like that and paintings and stuff.
Statues. You can't go off of statues because they got Robert.
What about Alexander? So you think the Roman Empire was ran by black people in the Greeks?
Black.
Huh?
Melanated people, not black. But what I'm saying is this: you can't go by statues due to the fact that you got all these statues of Robert E. Lee right now. And if you go in his memoirs, out of his words, he was a melanated man. But the statues that they have, you know, depicting this guy is a Caucasian person. So that's what I'm saying.
Right, but okay, that's what I'm saying. So the statues back then were depicting Caucasian people.
So where did you trying to say that white people didn't live anywhere on Earth before 1750?
I didn't say that. I don't know that they didn't stay anywhere on Earth, but they wasn't in Europe. They didn't dominate Europe like they do today.
And the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire and the Greeks and Alexander and all of that shit is really melanated people like us. Like it was our people in there, like same as Africa.
Yeah, melanated people. Hannibal Bird, all these was melanated. Yes, they was melanated people.
You talking about Hannibal? You talking about Hannibal?
Yeah, Hannibal was a melanated
man. More, yeah, of course he is, but that is different.
And he was what? What was he considered?
I mean, I think everybody know Hannibal that crossed the Alps with the elephants. Is that who you talking about? Yeah, everybody know he's black, bro. Like that movie shit is weird. Now they did make a movie like that, but yes, everybody know he's black. But like I'm talking about not Alexander and the Greek Empire. Like you think they was melanated, huh? That's wild. I wonder, did white people do anything? Like where were they?
No, well, that's what I'm talking about. Those statues from the Greek Empire are white people. So why wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Those are the statues, regardless to if it was actually Alexander or whoever it was.
With all of the Greek god pantheon, those was melanated people with Zeus and the whole Greek. Let me look up the Greek pantheon real quick.
Name. You can't name a white person that's named Zeus. That's close to it. Zach is the closest that you're gonna get to Zeus when you're talking about a Caucasian. I'm saying it's documentation that these pale faces came out of Africa.
Came out of where? What part of Africa?
Came out of Africa, northern and southern Africa.
What documentation?
Any documentation. Just look up where do white people come from, and just say North Africa. Just look it up.
What makes you believe that though when they say that?
You don't believe everything else.
This is what I'm saying.
The Greek pantheon commonly considered to be Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, Demeter, Aphrodite, Athena, Artemis, Apollo, Ares, Hermes, Dionysus, the Olympians. And you think that these was melanated bros doing this type shit?
Okay, what about Anglo-Saxons? Yeah. Were they melanated too? Anglo-Saxons.
Anglo-Saxons? Yeah, because that's what England was. Yeah, before it was England, it was Anglo Saxon, people from Europe.
Yeah, those were melanated people.
Yeah, they was melanated. Yes.
So where you get that from?
It's right there. We all got that. Hold on, man. Hold on. Anglo Saxons. I'm trying to tell you, bro. They came from, but yet, back to the point why I Googled this for my man B-Nut. It's no history. It's no room for them in European history before those dates that I said. All that was melanated. However, in Africa, Northern Africa, in Carthage, you got Lebanon, you got all these places. These are places that they was known for. They have like that. That's anonymous with them. What was I looking up again, B-Nut?
Anglo-Saxons.
Right.
So white people just was able to come to Earth to between 1750 and completely brainwash us, make us forget all history, make us not like just completely take over everything that we have ever done. And we don't even remember any of it. Is that what you're saying? Pictures.
This what I'm. All right, hold on.
And then you say, you say our people ain't dumb.
I don't think we done. I think it was misguided.
If white people was able to do that in 17 in what? That's 300 years.
I just think that we've been misguided. That's all. You got to think we are being taught by the same people that gave us this BS story of everything. You name it, everything. Things are starting to be debunked now, and this was the law. This was how it was pre us finding out us, being having access to knowledge and everything else. History only went one way. And now that we got access to knowledge and we are becoming more understanding, everything is starting to get switched up. Like, for instance, when I was growing up, the only reason black folks was here on this land is because they was brought here to be slaves. That's how it was. You didn't hear about no indigenous people, none of that when I was coming up. Now the goalposts get moved. It got moved because it was a chance that it was some melanated people here, and they was indigenous here, and then we can't. The goalposts keep getting moved. It moves all the time. So I'm saying,
when I was coming up, I was taught that my grandmother was an Indian, indigenous. She was you know what I'm saying? She was from the Creek. She was a Creek Indian. That's what I was taught. You know what I'm saying?
But let me rephrase it then. The majority of people that looks like us, right? We were taught in school curriculum that the reason that we were here is because they went and got us elsewhere and brought us here to serve.
I was taught that also.
So everybody didn't have everybody didn't get the story directly from, their grandma or whatever.
Think most people did, because a lot of people know. A lot of people would say the same thing. Yeah, my grandmother was an Indian. Like a lot of people my age, especially, they'll tell you like, oh yeah, my grandmother, or yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's still people out there that know that they Indian. They got Indian in their blood. But then they also, like you said,
I'm reading something right now that's saying that Caucasian does not mean white skin, I think.
It don't.
What does
it don't. Caucasian is from the mountains of Caucasus.
If you're from the Caucasoid Mountains.
Right. All right.
And for real, Caucasians, like the people from the Caucasus Mountains was melanated, bro. They wasn't white.
So what about the?
That was just something that got messed up through history. Hey, they said look, B-Nut. They said Robert E. Lee is white, bro. You know who Robert E. Lee is, don't you?
Who?
Robert E. Lee, the general for the Confederate Army.
Oh, okay, General Lee.
They said he white, bro. He ain't white.
Who said he ain't white?
No. If you read about him, that's what they portray to you.
I'm saying so who is they? Like, where this is.
I'm saying history. I'm the history. When I say they, history.
Right.
But I didn't write it. You know what I mean?
Who's saying he is? Who's saying he's not white?
I'm saying he ain't white.
The statue saying he wasn't white. Everything is saying that he was not white. But according to his memoirs, out of his own words, he was a melanated man. He was married to the granddaughter of what's the first president dude name? George Washington. Also, out of his memoirs, it states that George Washington was a melanated man as
I
well.
was just about to say George Washington wasn't white either, man. Listen to his name, George Washington. That sounds like a white dude.
Yeah.
George Washington. That sounds like a white dude.
Hey, I'm about to show y'all some shit. Look at this. This funny.
Hey, most of the people you name, most of the people that you meet in your life are gonna name Washington are gonna be black, bro. I'm just saying.
Look, again, this is my book. This is my book, right? My grandfather from Kentucky. He's from Paris, Kentucky.
Hey, a melanated area, right?
George Washington
Hey, B.
Dupree. That's
Hey,
my
B.
grandfather.
Hey, B.
George
A
Washington.
melanated area, right? Kentucky was melanated, wasn't it?
Yes. George Washington Dupree.
We had the whole South, bruh.
And
the whole South.
Damn, you know what?
I don't think, like, bruh.
He owned his
like,
own
look.
paper. He owned his own paper and stuff. But hold on, let me tell you. This is in Kentucky, in Paris, Kentucky. Let me see. He owned, my grandfather had a Wikipedia page about him, bro. This is the wildest shit. He owned a paper and shit, but
what year was this again?
He was a slave though for a little bit.
Who to who?
He was born on my mother's birthday, July 24th, 1826.
Who was he a slave to?
Hold on.
His family members as a kid, because he wasn't a man. He wasn't a slave as a man.
I don't think Abraham Lincoln was white. Listen to his name, Abraham Lincoln, bruh. That don't sound like a white dude, bruh. They be doing a number on us, man.
According to his part, wasn't white either. You know who else? Hey, check this out.
Hey, let's pull up his memoirs, man. Can we pull up these memoirs?
Hey,
pull them up.
Know who else was famous? Do you know? Hold on, check this out. I'm glad you said Paris. I'm glad you said Paris, Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
So do you know who was another famous black person from Paris, Kentucky?
Who?
Garrett Morgan, the same dude that created the gas mask, the traffic light. Do you know that he invented the perm, the hair perm?
Yeah.
Straighten that nappy stuff out.
Do people know that? All right, so look, we're gonna start debunking shit. So do you know how they say the Confederate Army was consistent of white generals and all this?
They lied. His
father was a general in the Confederate Army. They actually got a battle named after this melanated black man named the Morgan's Raid. They are from Kentucky. They are and if you read in his bio, it say that Paris, Kentucky was exclusively black.
Yep.
Exclusively. Like it wasn't no
the whole
just like
South was.
The first
George
jockey.
Washington. My grandfather, melanated. His name was George Washington, just like what y'all saying. I don't know.
Bruh, the whole South. B-Nut. The whole South was melanated, bruh. That's where we was at, bruh. That's why I be saying about this slavery stuff. Like, so you telling me it's one white person in a state where it's all melanated, and they just enslaving all these and all, bruh.
They're probably like 400.
I ain't saying it wasn't no white slave owners. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like how they said it was. They just came over here and enslaved everybody. Nah, that ain't what happened, bruh.
Oh, okay.
The Gucci Geechee Wars, y'all heard of that? The Gucci Geechee Wars, you know what I mean? Like down in Florida and all that, man. We wasn't going, bruh. Man, and that's why they start getting us with the trickery. They can't get us by just manpower, just like they can't get us right now. If it was all like that, they just don't get us right now.
Damn.
Niggas ain't going, bruh.
I'm trying to man, they lied to us, man.
Niggas ain't going, bruh.
But you know what? We've been talking about this for a minute, but we haven't asked the obvious question. So, bro, all right, white people did not get here until 1750 something. Where did they come from? And tell me what they did.
If you ask me, they came from Europe by way of Africa. They came from South Africa, North Africa, through the Caucasian mountains to get to Europe. Because that was the only way to get to Europe for real. You know what I mean? That we know of. Unless you live back then, you know what I mean? That's the only way that makes sense for them to get to Europe, through the Caucasian mountains. And the people from Europe probably thought that they came from them mountains, because they came through the mountains to get there. That's like if you're taking 75 north to get to Cincinnati from Kentucky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you just assuming everybody coming from Kentucky. Like, bro, they could have been coming from Indiana. They could have been coming from
Tennessee, Atlanta,
Tennessee, or you know what I mean? Like, you feel me? But just because they came over that bridge, you like,
yeah,
hey, they came from Kentucky, bro. They Kentuckians.
Yeah. Right.
So you saying
so you're saying that they was living in South Africa, but how did they get there though?
And North Africa. I'm just saying the parts of Africa that are not extremely hot.
Okay. Right. But how did they get there?
They probably always been here for all I know. I don't know. I ain't got that deep yet.
Okay.
Because I believe they come from us, man. I'm gonna tell you what I think.
So you saying they was in North Africa and South Africa?
What'd you say?
You said they was in North Africa and South Africa, or just South Africa?
Yeah, North and South. Not all. Like, look, any other places where it don't get extremely hot, to where white people can't stand the heat. All of Africa don't get hot. See, that be the thing that they tried to indoctrinate us. They tried to make us believe that all of Africa be like Arizona in the summertime. It's 130 degrees and it don't be like that. There's parts of Africa that don't get hot like that, and they can survive.
Northern Africa gets snow and everything.
You know what I mean?
If you're in Northern Africa, you see the snow, you see all that. You see just like Afghanistan and all them, they had snow up in the mountains.
Because it's in Europe. Like, you know what I mean? And they gave us the misconception that if you come from here, then, you know what I mean? Like, that'll be like saying, like, if you come from Vegas, okay, Vegas do get hot. Las Vegas get hot. But, bruh, it only be in the summer. That shit gets cold as hell in the winter. It snows in Vegas. They'll never tell you about that.
Hey, I hate to go back, but check this out. We talking about Garrett Morgan, right? Garrett Morgan was born in 1877 in Paris, Kentucky. Almost exclusive African American. That's the African American, because nobody was an African.
Yeah, nobody was African American back then.
But it's almost exclusive African American community. His father was Sidney Morgan, a son of a free slave of Confederate General John H. Morgan. So if you look at John H. Morgan, that's a melanated man. You can pull it up. It's Morgan had his own. He was a badass back then, I guess. He had his own battle named Morgan's Raiders. He also had another battle that was called the Hold on. But then they say the Garrett Morgan, his mother was a free slave. Her name was Elizabeth Reed, a daughter of Reverend Garrett Reed, and she was part Native American. Come on, man.
Oh, come on,
you just
man.
said it was exclusive. So what is the Native American? Like, when it's exclusively black, how did she become like Native, white? Like, who was they enslaved to? They free slaves to who? Who was they enslaved to when it's exclusively black?
Exactly.
What year was it?
1877.
Slavery was abolished in 1865.
I know that. So I'm saying that his mother, he was born in 1877. His mother was born before that. So they saying that she's a free slave to who when she stay in Paris, Kentucky?
Yeah.
Where's Paris, Kentucky at? How far? Where is that?
It's right by Lexington. I just was there. I went like 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Try to get my daughter a car there at a place called Dan Cummings.
Yep. And they get a chance. You didn't give me a chance. Yep, you're right.
Go east on 64.
Hey, my girl. Hey, B. My girl. My girl, mama white, bruh. Her mama's big brother lived in Paducah, Kentucky forever. You know what I mean? Like it's just, bruh, they be moving to our areas. Wherever we at, that's where they want to be at, bruh. Just like now in Cincinnati. I can't speak for Dayton or nowhere else. But in Cincinnati, they trying to move us out of all the ghettos. Even though they put us in the ghettos, bruh. We got that shit jumping. Now they want to move us out of the ghettos to the suburbs type shit, you know what I mean? So they can get that, you know what I mean? That is just crazy, bro. They want what we got. That's what they do. Wherever we at, we get that shit cracking, and then they want to take that shit over and move us somewhere else, and we gonna get that cracking. That's what we do.
And mind you, they don't tear down our buildings, so they call these buildings ghettos and everything else. But yet, when they come and gentrify our ghettos, they don't tear down none of these buildings that they convinced us ain't worth nothing but $5,000.
Bro, they be moving them, bro. That is crazy. They be moving them. They be jacking them up.
They told us,
they be jacking them up, bro, and moving them.
It happen all the time. That's what I'm trying to tell.
Crazy,
that's what I'm trying to tell B. It's trickery. They only beat us with trickery. They never beat us with anything else other than trickery. We lost our minds. We just started to lose our land. Because when I was a kid, moving around the city, I seen majority of us. And as business owners, as everything, the markets, the everything was us. And now we fast forwarded to have what we see now, and we just consumers. We don't grow nothing. We don't own nothing. We just buy and waste money. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like
we spend the most money. We spend the most money.
2 to 3
we spend that money. We spend that money.
$2 to $3 trillion.
We spend that money. That's why the trends is all set for us. All the clothing, everything, man. They design that shit for us, bro. We spend the money. Everybody else see us rocking that shit or driving a certain car, like, oh yeah, I gotta have one of them too.
Yeah, whatever we like is the wave. But look, check this out. I got another question.
Mm-hmm.
I got another question, man. Okay. I got another question. This is something else that I'm trying that me and B be talking about, right? So I'm saying that is it our fault or is it their fault that they convinced us that our homes weren't worth nothing? Our homes was worth 5,000, 2,000.
It's your fault. If you get scammed, it's your fault.
Hey,
hold on, what'd you say?
But if they convinced us that our property is not worth anything and we abandon it, because you got to think, they in Cincinnati, we all know abandoned buildings that been abandoned since we've been kids.
Yeah.
So we abandon these buildings and they come in and they fix up these buildings insides, not the outsides, just the insides. And they raise the price of living so much in these neighborhoods that we once, occupied. How can we complain about that when it's our fault? We should have never let them come in and give us the value of our belongings.
That's right.
And B told me that, I don't know, I let him speak for himself. My bad, B. I ain't trying to speak for you. But I'm just saying in general, we had a debate about that, and I was like, man, it's trickery. They beat us with trickery. It's trickery. They made us, we've been indoctrinated to see exactly what's going on.
Well, that's what I was saying, though. We saying that white people showed up in 1750. What type of spell are they putting us under in order to get control of our minds for us to accept this plan, this program that we're on? Like, what's going on?
That's what I've been telling you about, B. This wifey.
They created the standards. They created the standards. Everything that we do in life today is everything that we do in life today gotta meet their standards. Everything. You think, name one thing that don't meet their standards. They set the standards and we meet them.
Yeah.
So
they teach us, they feed us. Huh?
I said, how did they create the standards?
Because they start indoctrinating us. Back when I was in elementary,
hey, hold on, Phil. Hey, Phil, hold on. Say that shit again, boo. What you say?
I said, whatever white people say is right. Like, literally, like, I just got fucked out of my job today.
So why? whatever white people say is what again?
Whatever they say is right. It don't matter what it is. They always right.
Tell them what happened, boo.
They just said that I just called somebody a fat white bitch. I ain't never said that. That never came out of my mouth.
She don't talk like that.
But the white lady said I said it.
She don't talk like that, B. You know what I mean?
Now I'm under investigation and ain't got a fucking job because of what the white people said.
And it was only one person, bro. It's her word against her word. You know what I mean? It ain't a couple people or a group of people. You feel me? Because one motherfucker said, like, oh, she called me a fat white bitch. That is what it is. Is there any video, any audio? Nah. Is it a witness to that shit? Nah. That's how they do it. And like I said, she half white, half Hispanic, bro. Her daddy full-blooded Guatemalan. Her mama full-blooded white.
I wouldn't even tell them that I did it, but I'll tell y'all, and I know the fuck I ain't say that shit.
Right.
It's just like America is the most racist country ever, bro.
But America is the most. That's what we've been saying. But y'all saying
we created racism. We created that shit, bro. When I go to other countries, bro, you know what I mean? I guess you could say I'm blessed or something. I don't know. I don't call it that because I worked hard to do what I do. But when I'm in other countries, man, I'm not black, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just American. Like that should be feeling so good, bro.
Out of giving us, like I'm saying, what is the mind game that they're playing in order to finesse us out of all of our shit, and then tell everybody a different story that's not true, and we got to go and research the shit.
See what it is. Like I said, it happened to our ancestors. So you know what I mean? We just a product of our environment type of shit. They didn't do it to us. You know what I mean? Like we trying to figure out what happened. You know what I mean? Like that's where our downfalls come in or our shortcomings come in. That we trying to figure out. And then like when you got ancestors like Phil, his granddaddy 83, 84 years old, bro. He can't tell him nothing. Like, bro, what you mean you ain't got no information for me, nigga? You was around then, or having to your parents, bro. Like, you don't remember nothing? Like, you wasn't paying attention? That's what it be. Distractions, like Phil said.
Can you tell? Well, what can you tell your child about, like how times were when you was growing up? What would you explain to yours?
What to my kids?
The best thing I be telling them is, man, we was held accountable for our actions, bro. I was raised by females, man.
I'm talking about from a historical standpoint of major historical event, because isn't that what he wants his grandfather to do?
So look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like you know, day by day, I learn more and more. So a few years ago, I was leading them astray. You see what I'm saying? I only give away information as I learn it. So just because you learn some information don't mean it's the right information, but you might think it's the right information though. You see what I'm saying? So you get to learning something like Martin Luther King. You get to learning something and thinking something, and then get to preaching it, and then be like, hold on, y'all. I led y'all astray. I led y'all into a burning house. Then next thing you know, you get shot in the head. You know what I mean? Like, so a few years ago, my message was different than it is now. You know what I mean? Because like you learn, you live and you learn. You know what I mean? And now I learned to start listening and just listen, and do a bunch of research before I say anything. And just because I say something don't mean it's right. It just means like I just done a lot of research, and I might bounce it off of you. Like, hey, what do you think about this? Or Phil, what do you think about this? You know what I mean? Like, and try to see what you think, because you might be able to teach me something because you older. Like, not just because you older than me, but I do look to my elders though. You see what I'm saying? Like in my mind, it ain't always like that, but normally it's like this. Normally, people older than me know more than I do. And you be able to teach me something that somebody younger than me can't teach me because they ain't been through it and they ain't seen it yet. So that's the mindset that I try to stay on these days. I don't say nothing until I learn all the facts and evidence or whatever, and then tell you the facts and evidence and try not to give you my opinion. That's what I do with the youngsters. I try to make it not opinionated and straight factual. And then they can figure it out themselves. And I tell them, like, you know, you could research this yourself.
Me personally, man, look, check this out. I know they got you thinking 16, 19 and all this was a switch up. No. It happened
Nah,
in the
it wasn't like that.
And what I try to tell
it was Woodrow Wilson, bro.
Is this. I don't care if they older or younger. If it can be proven and documented behind it, then look more into that. Because what I don't understand is our elders, our grandparents, great grandparents, some of us are blessed that they still here, right?
They dropped the ball.
But yet y'all fumbled the bag.
They fumbled it. They fumbled it.
Because majority of our ancestors, us four, majority of our great grandparents or our grandparents was right there when the switch up happened. It was right there. They was right there. And what I don't understand is this. What I don't understand is this. How can a group of people come in here, is documented when they came here, right around y'all time, is documented when they got here. How can y'all be letting them tell us and indoctrinate us with this slave story? And y'all know that none of y'all ancestors told y'all about this story.
Yep.
We taught y'all the story. You see what I'm saying? Like none of our, because anytime you talk to your elders and stuff like that, they be like, "Oh yeah, I never heard nobody ever. My mama never told me I was a slave."
Hey, I ain't gonna lie too, bro. My family got another book from, I think it's, man, I'm gonna say the wrong name in Georgia, but bro, they got a whole book, and it just show how lit they was like in the early 1900s. Man, my grandfather gave me this book, right? And I misplaced this book. My grandfather born like 1925. But it goes before him, you know, but the book is like from his time. Man, the black people in this city seem like they kicked it so hard. They got a bunch of pictures. So definitely
they suits on, they cars outside.
Yes. Fire.
Balling.
Fire. Let me see if I can find this. I might have a book in my file cabinet here. Hold on. Let me see. It might be at home too.
Yeah, I had to come to the house and plug the charger up real quick. My battery died, boy. What's up with B-Nut?
So my question is this. If it's documented when they had all this stuff and all the good times and stuff, so why is we in this situation right now? Even my grandfather was born in Mississippi. How did we make it? You know, and I know he was a kid when he was a small kid when we came up here, but yet I just don't understand it, because everybody, all of our great grandparents and everything, when they talk about the stories of when they was a kid, it always go back to, oh yeah, we had land, we did this, I just didn't want to work that land. Now I went and found a city job because we didn't want to work that land. It was hard. That's hard work. That's hard labor. So so they moved from there to these cities, and now we're in these cities, and we don't even know half the skills that it would take for us to live in the rural areas.
Man, that's exactly what my grandfather did at 14. He left a family farm and moved to Atlanta. He did. My grandfather did that. He said he could not work on no farm, and then that's how he ended up in Ohio. So what you saying, 100% right. That happened to my grandfather.
How does your white grandfather attain his land?
I don't know. I don't know that though. But my white family here had like money because they came from Europe.
With money?
Seemed like it. Because my family had like some royal shit going on. They was major. And they set up shop in Virginia. Then I think they migrated down to Georgia somehow, but they first got it popping in Virginia. But I got this lady named Mary Goddard. Man, bro, I got some shit in my family line. For real.
Yeah, like I said, I ain't hip to the only two states I'm hip to back in the day, like before the 1800s, is Mississippi and Alabama.
Well, I got Lady Elizabeth Alice Bryan. She's the governess to Queen Elizabeth I. And then I also got a Viscount Thomas D. Elham of Wales of Stouterton. But this woman in my family, and then we had a family crest. Like we had some cool shit popping. And then we also had a college. Hold on. This is Mary Kingsmill Goddard. She 1555 to 1600. And this is, hold on. My family members was in the Magna Carta. Look at this shit.
You ever heard of the
Magna Carta?
Hey, you ever heard of the word ashay?
You don't, when people will do that at the poetry slams, and they be like, I say.
Nah, I mean like Hebrews used to use that word too, ashay.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of that word?
I don't think so.
You ain't hip yet. I'm gonna get the paperwork and hip you on. But my last name is Ash, and last year I found out that it's really pronounced Ashay, and I'm from a clan from the old days, and the Hebrews. I forgot what it mean in Hebrew, man. Like it mean like it was a word of power.
Yeah.
It was almost like appreciation type of deal. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you tell somebody Ashay, like, you know what I mean? Like
that's what it mean. They be like, Ashay. They snap and do this all the time. Yes, it means like it's support. It's almost like applauding for sure.
That's my last name.
Yeah. That's it. That's why I said when they be at the poetry slams and the poet is doing shit, instead of clapping loud, they be like, Ashay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just learned that last year. Like you know what I mean? In America, you know what I mean? We pronounce it ash. I'm like, but doing research, my cousin was showing me. I'm like, really? You know what I mean? But it was crazy because people was asking me years ago when I was young, "That's my name, Ashay," and I'm like, "Nah, it's Ash." You know what I mean? But it's just crazy what you find out later on in life, the longer you live. So then I had to do research into like my cousin was telling me, it was possibly part of the Boule and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
For sure. My people's name is Kingsmill. Mary Kingsmill. That's one of my Mary Kingsmill Goddard. Baroness. This is my 12th great grandmother. I say. Going wild.
She was melanated or pale?
This 1555 to 1600. Her picture looked pale. Picture is paler than a motherfucking snail.
They weren't on the scene then.
Beyond the pale horse.
Behold the pale horse.
The fucking Casper.
Man,
But
this is my thing. How can we not be the originals of this landmass when we holding the patents to everything that we use daily? You name it. We invented it. This had to be our landmass. That's all.
Phil, did you ever figure out where Anglo-Saxons came from?
Where they come from? They come from England.
So Anglo-Saxons, you said Anglo-Saxons was melanated people, right?
England, yeah, they was melanated.
So all these white people that say they're Anglo-Saxons,
does white skin have melanation in it?
Yes.
Huh? What you saying? You said yes.
Yes, they do. They do. They just lack as much as because
they the reject.
Right.
Nah. So wait a minute now. Wait now. Hold on. So when you say England was melanated, are we talking about people with white skin that have melanation in there, like white Americans do?
Nah, I'm talking about like.
Hold on, your mic keeps going out, bro, when you're talking. It's out. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now we can.
I just turned my phone. That's it.
Okay.
It's when I'm talking about England back then, that was melanated. They melanated like dark brown, like not no pale, like brown. Just like the King James and all that, even though the J wasn't in place then, all these people were melanated. All of them. Hold on, let me see.
And what makes you pick that version to state as truth?
What?
Because the other white people say he's white. So what makes you pick that? Oh, because there wasn't white people in the world at that time.
That's one right here.
Got to go by how people described him and how he looked and what was the description of him. That's why I go by the description of these people.
Okay, so description of King James. I never looked that up. You looked that up before, bro? Anglo-Saxon term used historically to describe any member of the Germanic people who, from the 5th century CE to the time of the Norman conquest, inhabited and ruled territories that are today part of England and Wales. So Germanic people. Germanic people are melanated too, dark brown.
Just like they said, just like William Shakespeare was melanated. I ain't go as far as that, but supposedly he was melanated. Hold on, I'm about to pull up some of this thing. See, I should have been ready. My bad. I apologize. King James, the 5th, right?
Yeah. Have you ever asked Google where do white people come from?
Man, I did.
Google said they came out of Europe.
It said North Africa too. Just type it in.
The Caucasian race was historically regarded as a biological taxon, which, depending on the historical race classification was being used, unusually included ancient and modern populations, all parts of Europe, Western Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, North Africa, and the Horn of Africa. The Caucasian race, but I wanted, let's see, white people. So racial classification of people generally used for those mostly European ancestry. How Europeans evolved white skin. Most think that Europe as the ancestral home of white people, which is a new study, shows that the pale skin, as well as other traits such as tallness and the ability to digest milk as adults, arrived in most of the continent relatively recently. The work presented here in the last 84th annual meeting of the American Association. It's mostly Europeans.
Said they got there recently.
Evidence for evolution showing you.
What it say?
This says first scientists confirmed an earlier report that the hunter-gatherers in Europe could not digest sugars in milk 8,000 years ago, according to a poster. They also noted that hold on, I'm just trying to read through and see. Farmers who came from the Near East about 7,800 years ago to the Yamana pastoralists who came to steep 4,800 years ago lacked the version of the LCT gene that allows adults to digest sugar in milk. It wasn't until about 4,300 years ago that the lactose tolerance swept through Europe. So this is saying 4,300 years ago, which would put us at about 2,000 before Yahushua. And it says, when it comes to skin color, the team found a patchwork of evolution in different places in 3 separate genes that produce light skin. The team found a patchwork of evolution in different places and 3 separate genes that produce light skin. You see this? The team found a patchwork of evolution. You see that?
That's what they said?
It says when it comes to skin color, the team found a patchwork of evolution in different places and 3 separate genes that produce light skin, telling a complex story of how European skin evolved to be much lighter during the past 8,000 years.
See, so everything going
That's
back
bro,
to
that's gene manipulation, bro. Let me try to pull this article up.
So
do y'all hear that?
but everything is going back to white people coming out of Europe. Like
this is saying that somebody created the white skin.
Man.
This says the team found a patchwork of evolution. So that's saying like somebody spliced, diced, patched this up, fixed this, and then it says, and 3 separate genes that produce light skin. That's how I would interpret that. It says, but in the far north, where low lights level would favor pale skin, the team found a different picture in hunter-gatherers, 7 people 7,700 years ago. Taller in Sweden. So in Sweden, both light skin gene variants, they also had a 3rd gene which causes blue eyes and may also contribute to light skin and blonde hair. The ancient hunter-gatherers of the far north were already pale and blue-eyed, but those of Central and South Europe had darker skin. So we're going back to hunter-gatherers. The hunter-gatherers in Europe 7,700 years ago did have darker skin, but the ones in Sweden had light skin and blue eyes.
Man, I think really though, they all came from the Anunnaki and And those boys started in the white people was over there in the mountains where it was cold at. They had the white people up there where it's cold. Some of the Anunnakis were different. They was different colors and races or whatever. They look different like how we look. And they just passed their genes on down. And they different looks to us. That's what I think.
Human beings had to be able to naturally digest milk. The sugar in milk was giving human beings problems, according to this article. And I guess them being able to, the light skin helps digest the sugars in milk.
Man, that don't even make sense though, because why was human beings drinking other animals' milk?
It says, this is what it says. It says people living in the northern latitudes often don't get enough UV to synthesize vitamin D in their milk. In their skin. So natural selection was favored two genetic solutions to that problem: evolving pale skin that absorbs UV more efficiently, or favoring lactose tolerance to be able to digest the sugars and vitamin D naturally found in milk. So natural selection said, look, y'all either gonna have to digest milk better in order to keep up with the sun, or I can make your skin white. And the skin was made white. But eventually they able to
digest milk better. Yeah, I was about to say they digest milk too. I don't know. Do you believe that?
Do I believe what?
What you just
a
read?
patchwork of selection as popular into northern latitudes. This data is fun because it shows how much recent evolution has taken place.
It's slow for real. Everything is speculation. It ain't no. When you get to going into their memoirs and when people describe these folks, they were swarthy or some. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't pale complected. They was tall. They describe everything. They dark brown hair, black hair. Everything is described about these folks. B, I know you don't want to believe it, B, but man, you know we used to run things.
What you?
We used to run things, man. You know what I'm saying? Our people used to run things, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Why you start off a sentence like that?
I think so, but I don't think that white people have never had a civilization until the 1700s. I don't know. It seems relatively fast for them to establish the British Empire and all the shit that they had cooking. And then for America finally to emerge, because America emerged in what, 1776?
Yeah.
And so, but the British had already started colonizing more parts of the world, though, too, before then. I mean,
they saying America gained its independence in 1776. Independence from where? From who?
From Britain.
From Britain.
So Britain was known to have their land and territory over here?
Yes.
When? Who they get it from? What battle took place for them to gain territory over here?
Listen, though, they didn't.
Nah, hold on. What battle took place for Britain?
No battle.
Or whatever?
No battle. They came and they claimed this land.
How? When was people there?
I mean, there's plenty of battles that they tell about Native Americans being, but the trickery. Remember earlier you said they took the land with trickery and they didn't come in and wipe out the people here. So that was like pretty much the story that does get told, that, you know, they was like coming over, shaking your hand, being your friend, acting like they wanted to be a part of the community, and then they would end up slaughtering some of these tribes, wiping them off, killing them, and war.
Exactly. And when they was coming over here
to the 1920s.
So
you said Phil, what again?
So how did our people? How was they the landowners of America all the way up into the mid 1900s?
According to who?
According to history.
I'm saying what? According to what?
According to history. I mean,
but all white people weren't slave owners, and all black people weren't melanated people weren't slaves. Okay,
right.
But the British did. So, are you saying the Revolutionary War never took place?
What was the date?
I said, did you say the Revolutionary War never took place?
No.
Your mic going out, bro.
I don't know. A lot of this stuff be speculation, man. I promise you, man. It'd be a lot of speculation.
So the Revolutionary War is speculation. I'm just asking. That's big. They don't got nothing to do with melanated people, and British and America is coming together to co-conspire and say a war that never happened, and it's being taught forever. And that's how America, July the 4th, that you celebrate every year, happened because of the Revolutionary War.
But in the book of the Ancient History of America, it's a pact between America and Great Britain and the rest of the world to say they ain't gonna talk about or publish the history of America pertaining to us. That's why you will never find history about us in the world except for American history.
I'm trying to say that the Revolutionary War never took place.
They didn't about anything else?
Huh?
They didn't lie to us about anything else?
True. I mean, yes, but just because one thing is a lie doesn't mean everything is a lie. I mean, I'm just saying, you saying the Revolutionary War never took place off of one thing that you may have read or stumbled up on, but there's countless of other documents that are saying that this happened, this soldier was killed, this, and this, and it was because, and people celebrate July the 4th every year, and you got the Star Spangled Banner, and all of this shit is just made up.
Yep. It's because when you got a lot, when you lie about one thing and a major lie, you got to keep lying to cover up that lie. So in general, I'm saying this. I'm going by what's documented, what's strictly documented, proof, everything. Ellis Island opened up in 1892. Ellis Island is responsible for pretty much all these white folks. It's documented.
The population of America.
That happened in 1892. That happened in 1892. It's documented when they came here, how they came, where they came from. Everything is documented, right? So I'm saying anytime before that, where was these people? Because it's saying that between what 1892 and like 1915 or 19 whatever, that almost 12.5 million people came. Yeah, so where's these people before that? And then if you go to the 1790 census,
well, bro, people lived here and died. People don't stay alive forever. They live, die, repopulate.
Right, but they got paper. They got paper trails, and I know people don't think that we was recording stuff back then, but whatever. But I'm saying
about the Revolutionary War, though.
Bro, in 1790, so let's say we had this Revolutionary War, right? That happened in 1775. So according to the 1790 census, that's the first year they took census. 1790, it wasn't that many pale people. I'm talking about sprinkle. I'm talking about less than 2,000 people, period, total, that was pale complected. If you look at the 1790 census, majority of these people were melanated.
How many people were on the census?
It was only what, like 2.5 million people then? 2.5
2.5
million,
million
maybe
people,
a little bit
and
more.
only 2,000 of them was pale.
Yes, look it up, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Look at the 1790 census. It tell you it wasn't that many pale people here. The even the Civil War, all that, it was melanated people fighting on both sides. It tells you these things. If you look up any type of pictures from these wars and stuff, you see melanated people in high positions with the three-piece suit on. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you see them, they all posing for the picture. It's no battle scenes. It's no nothing. But this is what they teach us. We've been here. This was us.
Did the Civil War? Did the Civil War actually happen?
They say it happened. It's another thing that they say it happened. But if
how do you pick what you believe? Because of documents? Is that what you're saying? Because of documents and pictures? Is that why?
If they taught us lies about everything else, why do we pick and choose what we believe and what we don't believe if they know
right? But where can you get information? Who is giving you information that is not they that lied?
If you look up
I got the perfect question.
Look this up.
Hold on, I got the perfect question.
No, wait a minute though. The things that you believe are being researched. Okay, now there's somebody else that could research this and go down a different rabbit hole and get beliefs too. And I'm not trying to say what you believe is wrong. Honestly, I'm just asking you, what is it that makes you believe certain sources and other sources you say, I don't think that's true.
1790 that tell you that it wasn't that many white folks.
Why do you believe the census? Why do you believe the census?
Hold on. And then you have all these other things like Paris, Kentucky, exclusively black. You got all these.
Why do you believe that though, bro? Well, I'm asking you, when it tells you this stuff, what makes you believe that?
Lines up.
It don't really line up all the way though. It's some stuff that it's because I'm just trying to find our power now, bro, to be completely overwhelmed and devastated and don't remember how any of it happened to us. It's hard for me to just be like, damn, they've been lying to us about everything, and it was all us, and now it's none of us. And I'm trying to figure out, how do you pick what to believe? Because all of it is coming from a source.
It's common sense. Like, look, do you believe that you can get outside this planet?
Off of the planet.
And it can. Do you believe that anybody can just travel outside this planet?
Travel outside. Are you talking about our app?
Just go to space. If it's space, if it's a such thing as space outside this planet, do you think you just get in a rocket or some shit or a spaceship and go to it?
I want us to be able to. I don't know though.
But they say that they've been outside.
If I had it my way, I would be like, yeah, I want that shit to be like that. That's
but they say they've been outside this planet. Do you believe them?
Nobody has opened the firmament. Nobody has opened this firmament.
That's what they say, bro. They say they've been to the moon and everything, bro. Millions of light years away.
No, that video is terrible.
I'm just saying that's what they do to you.
That far away, though. Do you think that it's that far away? The moon and the sun?
Nobody has cracked that firmament. Nobody. Even today, I could pull up something that Hillary Clinton said. We just keep trying to crack it, but nobody penetrated it. Nobody left this landmass. Nobody has never left this firmament. All these, just like when you look at the pictures of people that's so called in outer space, where's the stars? And then if you go out of space and it's zero gravity, how do you get back? You launch off to get there. So how do you get back if it's zero gravity?
How do they say? How is it being reported that they do?
Changes.
Hold on, what you say?
That story changes so much. Just like you see the flag, they planted the flag, the U.S. flag, and it's waving. How's it waving? So that's what I'm saying. Just this what I'm saying in general. Stories get changed. I mean, they change stories all the time because a lie got to cover up another lie. They got to cover up another lie to cover up another lie. You know what I'm saying? Just in general. But I think some of these stories is true and some of them not.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I got to pick and choose what's history, what align with documentation, and then you got speculation.
But Phil, I think he was asking, how do you pick and choose which one is true and which one is not?
It's not often, but sometimes I can be wrong. But I mean, me personally, I go by what lines up in my mind. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
But I go by what lines up with me.
I mean, basically, you believe you believe what you want to believe.
Yeah, in essence, yes.
And I respect that. I do too. I think we all do. You know what I'm saying? You believe what you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you can always look at it different ways.
I believe what's the most factual.
But they wasn't here. It's documented.
So, real, you saying that the Revolutionary War never took place too?
Nah, I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair.
Who was in control of this place before America? And if Britain came here and they had territory here, who did they have war with to take the territory?
When we were here,
and that's what I was trying to explain. Hold up, bro. But that's what I was trying to explain. When when they came here, no one was in control of this land, and that's how they was able to take control over this land without a war, because no one was here no one had control over the land. So now so what was happening was, once they realized that, oh, no one had control over this land, then they start coming over here and so-called staking claim and saying that, okay, this is my land. And that's why you had these wars and these negotiations with the French and the Spaniards. And you know what I'm saying? Because they also was doing the same thing. They was coming over here and just staking claim to a piece of land and saying, this is my land according to my king. You know what I'm saying? And that is what was happening. So now the people that was already here didn't understand that was going on, because they didn't know, they didn't even speak the language or anything. So how could they know what was going on? So they didn't know that a king from another country that's on another piece of land has staked claim to the land that they've been on for forever. So you know what I'm saying? So they was helping these people. They was helping these people survive here on the land that they didn't know that they had staked claim to. That, you know what I'm saying, that these people had already staked claim to. So when they got here and they start killing them off, and like, all right, so now we need to, you know what I'm saying, kill them off. Because by the mid 1800s, they had forts west of the Mississippi, but they didn't have control west of the Mississippi. And that's the same thing on what they did when they, you know what I'm saying, before they got over there. They had claims, so it was states, and they had their forts over there, and it was states set up, but they didn't have control. You know what I'm saying? So it was still, that's why they call it the Wild Wild West. That's why it was called the Wild West, because west of the Mississippi, everything west of the Mississippi was wild. You know what I'm saying? By 1850, it was still wild. So, but they had already had all that stuff set up. You know what I'm saying? But them people out there didn't know that they had all this stuff set up. Well, they did know because they was trading with the posts, with the forts that was there. So they had forts out there, and these people out there was killing all of these buffalo. The people that ran with the buffalo, they was killing all their buffalo and selling them to the ports. They was taking their resources. They was taking all of their resources and selling them to the forts of the United States, forts that was set up, to the posts that was set up in their area, and that's how they made money, and that's how they was trading and stuff with the people that was already on that land until they got big enough to start killing them and wipe them out and push them out, or wipe them out or push them out, or make them join in, come and be a part of them. So now you either had to go to war with them, you either had to leave, or you had to become part of that system, and that's how they got the native people to become, started integrating them with their systems. At first it was like, all right, you got to go. They was pushing them out, kill the Indian. That was the treaty. But then it became kill the Indian, keep the man. You know what I'm saying? By the 1850s, it was kill the Indian, keep the man, and then they started trying to bring them into their system, bring the Indians into their system of the United States system. So all of this stuff you talking about with the government, with the judges and stuff like that, the people that was here already didn't even have an alphabet. They had a language, but they didn't have a written alphabet. So they couldn't have documents like deeds and land deeds, and they couldn't go to court. Like the court, they was getting their authority from England. You know what I'm saying? Their authority came from England, the courts that were set up over here. So when they say, "Oh, I'm a judge," their judge is coming from the authority that they had set up that was in England until they set up the authority over here, which is what happened with the revolution, and they broke away from England.
So I got a question then. So you got all these people. So you saying England owns something, French owns something. Who else you said owns something? So how come they ain't got a history of? So how come they ain't have a history of warring with each other here?
You ever heard of the French? What is it called? The French Purchase?
How come they don't have a history of warring? What war did they have here amongst each other to gain this land?
You ever heard of the French Purchase? They have battles. They got battles documented. That's how I know all this stuff. I read about the battles that had taken place in some of these areas. But the British started over there on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? So, and the Spaniards started in South America where Mexico was. So, but the French came up through the Gulf Coast. You know what I'm saying? So now these three different people had parts of this land and had stake and claim to these parts of this land. So you know what I'm saying? So when they came together, they had battles. They was little small battles, but it wasn't no war.
So
it was negotiations.
All right. So the Revolutionary War was the war of what? What was the whole gist of the Revolutionary War? To gain independence from who?
From Britain.
Right. So I'm saying if you had other people here, if you had the Spaniards here, you had all these other people here, how come the Revolution War was only to gain independence from Britain?
What you mean?
So
then nobody else. Because these are the people that they came from. These are the people that gave them their authority. So when these people went to war, when they went to war with these other people, the French and the Spaniards, they went to war under a British flag. So what they were saying is, we don't want to be under this British flag anymore. So, you know what I'm saying? When we go to war, they're going to go to war under a different flag. So that's why they was gaining independence from Britain, because they was trying to say that we don't want to be connected to, we don't want to pay you no more taxes. We don't want to have to, we want our own stuff. We don't want you to be our authority. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we don't want you to control. We want to be able to do our own thing. And that's what that was about. They wasn't under Spaniard king. The king of Spain wasn't. They ain't have to report to the king of Spain or the king of France. You know what I'm saying? They reported to the King of England. So that's why they had to be, you know what I'm saying, independent. That's why they had to ask the king for the King of England, Britain or wherever, England for their independence.
Mm-hmm. And who was the king?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Know so much about everything else.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to, you know, to tell you the basics. This is just the basics. I know the basics, nigga.
So was America? So look, was America set up as one nation, or it was multiple nations within the structure of America?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, I'm asking you, like,
no.
our indigenous nations, did we have, like, for example, like Europe is broken up into different states, and each different section is its own country. Was our setup similar to that?
Yeah, because we had territories.
Yeah,
before they was considered states like and everything, nations. We had territories. Yeah. And our territories was ran by us.
And was it all the same language or different languages?
It was different languages. Like when the Indians spoke a different language.
What language did they speak?
They spoke their own language.
What language did we speak when we was the indigenous people of this?
I believe we spoke English. I believe that we spoke this language that we speaking now. I believe that.
The indigenous people?
I believe the indigenous people spoke this language that we speak now. Yes.
Okay, then so let me ask you this. What does
man, listen, bro, niggas don't even speak English now.
What does Babalusa mean?
We do not speak no motherfucking English.
What we speak?
Mean? What does Muskogee mean?
I don't know. I mean, we got our own dialect of English. You know what I mean? Our speaking of English is definitely our own rhythm.
So what's the definition?
I mean, and so we advanced it. Maybe
I'm just trying to ask you, like, these are the words that was using back then. What's the definition
my question.
Of Choctaw? What's the Choctaw?
So this my thing right here. So if you speaking to somebody that's directly from New Orleans right now, would you be able to understand everything that they saying, even though they speak in this American language?
Probably not.
All right, then.
Yes, so yes, I would. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I would speak. Yes, but there wouldn't be nothing that they could say to me that, like, if they had their own little like subsection of words that I wasn't hip to, yeah. But for the most part, we gonna chop it. No.
They got their own dialect, just like
they only know, bro. They don't use so many words that I wouldn't be able to understand.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was.
It's a different.
No, it's not, bro. It wouldn't be like we were speaking to somebody from India or China or something. It would be completely much easier to communicate.
My thing is this: I believe that we spoke this language, but we had different dialects. Period. Just like if you go speak to a person from DC, they talk in. The way that they talk and they understand each other, I guarantee most people can't understand their dialect amongst each other. Just like you got Baltimore, just like you got all these different places, we still speak the one language, but we got our different dialects. That's what I believe.
What about all the documents that say?
But you said it was English, though.
Yeah, but what about the documents?
Yeah, what we speak now, it's the American language that we speak now, huh?
What about the documents that say these people spoke a different language?
So how did our English language migrate back to Europe, and then also the whole British Empire? The whole British Empire like went and spread this. So
just
the British
like
Empire was the British Empire was black too, melanated.
According to history, yes, they was melanated people. According to
what history though, bro? You know it's not just
history. Look it up.
The British Empire, who colonized Hong Kong and was in India, versus with the people who was in India that Gandhi was fighting.
It wasn't India. That was Hindustan.
So, okay, but wasn't he fighting for the Indian people or no?
That wasn't Indian.
The Hindu people?
Okay, so whoever Gandhi was, okay, if it wasn't India, I don't.
They was from Hindustan. They was Hindus.
Hold on, listen though. What I'm saying is, the British were colonizing them, and that's what made Gandhi's movement. Okay, were the people that he was resisting melanated? That's what I'm asking.
What year was it?
You tell me. You just told me where Gandhi was. What it was in.
I was in the bathroom.
Okay, you said okay. What I'm telling you is, bro, you said Gandhi was in Hindustan. Now you acting like you don't know what time frame it was.
No. I was saying India is Hindustan. India didn't become India to 1948.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is this. Was the people melanated that was oppressing Gandhi?
It depends on what year it was.
Hey,
if you go far enough back, yeah.
The British Empire that was doing it, colonized.
Listen, we now know that the first modern humans who lived in Britain between around 40,000 and between 4,000 and 6,000 years ago had dark skin, including complexions, as if we see today as black people. I'm reading this now. Hold on.
Okay, and what's this from?
From Black History. Hold on, what is this?
You see this shit? This whole shit is fucking disqualified. Vita, are you on the phone, bro? Real, get finger, bro. Come on, man.
This heritage.org, man. This heritage.org.
You funny, bro. That's wild.
Bro, I missed that.
Black history shit.
Wait, I missed that.
Of course they gonna do that shit.
This heritage.org, bro.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, man. We
that was
here,
the
man.
best part of this interview for sure.
Oh man, I missed it. What happened?
According to the Guardian,
this Guardian fucking blackhistory.net. I said, bro, what you reading? He said, Black History.
Hey,
seriously, I don't know how to respond to that. That's wild.
I mean, it say over 7,000 years. It go another study right here. Then, hold on.
I know the people way back in the day was black. I don't even dispute that, but I'm saying the people who colonized Hindustan and was oppressing Hitler. I mean, oppressing. Was Hitler melanated, bro? Huh?
He could have been
you ain't gonna claim that one. You ain't gonna claim that one. Shit. What about the?
I'm just saying because it's videos of him.
It's
videos of him. It's videos of him. How can I claim somebody when I can see and when everybody can see he wasn't? Like,
no, man.
What's the argument? How can I have
fake videos? That ain't the real pictures of Hitler, bro. That shit is
videos and everything else.
That's what you do. Thank you. That's how we feel talking to you. It don't matter what the fuck we say. You still tell us that's bullshit.
Hey, you just said that he didn't shake Jesse Owens' hand. So who was that man?
I don't know. It was his clone. It was some bullshit. It was fake. All that shit is wagging the dog, bro.
Man, look, man, check this out, man. We was the first Britons. The first Britons were black. It said. Hold on. It's us,
I believe that. I can understand that. But what I'm saying is, I don't even know if I believe that. But it's possible. And it's most of the shit I don't know if I believe, basically. But I am saying the British Empire, y'all won't admit that they were white. For why? Why? What's wrong?
They wasn't.
The British Empire that colonized Hindustan, y'all won't let me say.
What about the Roman Empire? Was the Roman Empire white?
He said no. He said that was melanated. The Roman
everywhere was melanated.
Huh?
Everywhere was melanated back in the day.
What about Alexander? He was melanated.
Check this out. The Telegraph. This is the major like
newspaper in Britain or whatever. It said the first Britons were black. It said that the nation are populated with dark-skinned people 7,000 years before whites arrived. This is and this is their archive. I'm looking at it. The Telegram.
Okay.
I'm telling.
All right, cool. So where did they say the white people arrived from? According to them.
They don't. I ain't look at that. You asked me where they
Look it
black.
up. All right,
So
look it up, and see where did they say?
Yeah,
the white
look at
people
it.
arrived from.
Hold on.
I told you, white people. They say that white people come from Northern Africa, and the bottom half of Europe. It's saying you can just look it up. The Caucasus Mountains was what y'all say, right? It say Northern Africa. It say people come from Carthage, Lebanon. I been said that. It tells you where they from. Man, I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'll be trying to tell y'all these people came from, and I think, it's right here, bro. I pulled up, since everybody laughed at me beforehand, I went and digged up their news articles, they newspapers, and you know what I'm saying, they magazines. The Telegraph is one of the largest things across the water as far as the magazines and stuff. It's saying that these people, that back then in these times that we talking about, these people was melanated.
What times? What times is that?
The 1600s, the 1500s.
Okay.
The you know what I'm saying? Like I told you before 1750, it kind of gets slow. I'm telling you.
So you're saying that like what about like these artists and stuff like that, like these that was painting all these pictures, these white people, and you know what I'm saying, during the Renaissance, and that was back during the 15 and 1600s, and these
but you need to look at the paintings, the actual paintings, and see when did these paintings take place, because it didn't take place back then. It took place early in the 1800s and stuff like that. Another thing about Woodrow Wilson, what he got caught up doing, he started having these people pose for these.
Being easy. Yo. Yes, sir. We back. We are back.
Yeah.
It say white people. It say many of the original white people. Many of the. Hold on, I'll take that back. White refers to people having origins in any of the original people of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. It includes people who indicated.
But you know why they're trying to claim Egypt, bro? That's why they keep saying North Africa, to try to steal Egypt. That's the only reason why they're saying that.
They stole Egypt. They stole the Middle East. The Middle East
they
was
might
Africa,
did, but they didn't come from North Africa for real. They're only doing that to claim credit for Egypt, or not, unless you want to say that you want to say that like Greece and all that shit is like down near North Africa too. Because I did hear Africa is like the Middle East and all of that is for real. That's Africa. All of it. Israel's Africa. All of it is Africa.
Nah, Israel here.
Israel's here.
Mm-hmm. That's the motherland.
We need to come to the realization that we've been played and we've been lied to.
America is the motherland.
The story of Israel is real. The story of Israel is real, but they lied about where the geographical location is. Is that what we're saying?
Say what now?
Israel is a real story, but they lied about the geographical location of it. Is that what we're saying?
All of this, man. They done lied to us, man. These people, I'm telling you. The whole shebang,
who do you think they is, bro? The government is lying. Institutions have lied. Who is the entity that's lying to us? B-Nut, yo, Mike.
Pinpoint exactly who lied to us, because we've been lied to for so long in so many directions that it became the truth. It became the truth. We've been hearing the same lies for over and over that it actually became truthful.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying in general, but it's documents that's out here that kind of debunk the stories and the lies that we are used to. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I was saying. The census, the National Archives, what is it? The London Company, and all these other places are kind of debunking these lies, these stories that they told. So but it states that these white folks come from Africa too. They say that they come from the bottom of Europe and the top of Africa.
Isn't it that? It's something that say banned from studio. Banned from studio. Kick from studio. Edit mic setting.
At all. But it tell you where they come from. If you Google it, tell you they come from Northern Africa.
I know, but they're only doing that to finesse to claim Egypt.
Right. That's why they're doing that. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're only saying Northern Africa, South Africa. Think about it. South Africa now is rich with, with all the natural resources, and the British Empire went in. So what about the British Empire, and what about Australia? Were those, no, honestly, the people that went in and took over Australia from the Aborigines, and also the people who went and did apartheid in South Africa, were they melanated?
Yeah, what now?
I'm saying the people that took Australia, were they melanated? That part of the British Empire.
Yeah, the Aboriginals of Australia is dark complected.
They are, but I'm saying the Australian people that live there now were the people who originally colonized that land from the Aborigines. Were they melanated? Because I think this is all part of the British Empire that I'm talking about. The same people that came and kind of like took over America. Was America a British Empire move?
Yeah.
Was that part of the British Empire getting bigger and growing?
Yes, that's England, right?
Yeah.
Good. Yes,
I don't believe that it was a British. I don't believe that we was a British Empire or nothing like that before. I don't believe that.
So you don't think the British Empire ain't real? Let me see. When did the British Empire?
So yeah, so we back to that then. So you don't believe in the Revolutionary War?
No.
Okay, you don't believe that happened. All right.
No.
So this says in the 16th century, it says in the 16th century, the British began to build its empire, spreading the country's rule. So you were saying that they took over in the 1700s. right? So that is the 1700s, the 16th century. So are you sure that the British Empire was melanated?
No, the 16th century is the 1500s.
Yep, it's the 15th.
Oh, the 16th century is the 1500s. Okay,
Yes.
so was that melanated people?
It was melanated people when they first came over here.
Yeah, in the 16th century, the British Empire. So the people who came from England, what's the people who came from the British Empire? Okay, so you saying that they were melanated too? So no white people was even coming, even the people from Britain.
The first known pale people that came here was Afrikaners. They was pale. The people that brought them was melanated.
So who brought them?
The Spaniard. I mean, some of them say Spaniards. Some people say Portuguese, and the Dutch.
No, who you say? Who you say brought them?
Probably all of them. I don't know. They all. I don't know. But I just know that they saying that the first indentured servants was the Afrikaners, and they were deflected.
How many did they bring?
Like 20, I believe.
So you know.
So it says the first permanent British settlement in Africa was made at James Island in the Gambia River in 1661. So they got it cracking 1661 in Africa.
Take it over here.
So was they melanated at that point in 1661? Yeah, they went over and colonized Africa 1661.
What, the melanated people? I believe that the melanated people, if it's 1621, yes, that was melanated people.
Okay, so did somehow the unmelanated people take control from the melanated people and still continue to push the British Empire agenda?
The pale people, the pale complected people just took power in the 1800s. That's documented. I'm talking about World Dynasty or whatever. That was like the mid to late 1800s. Before the mid to late 1800s, it was all melanated people in control.
I've been getting looked for a long time, Mom.
Let's know what countries did the British Empire colonize?
They had laws that stopped the melanated Americans intertwining with the melanated Europeans.
So hold on. These are all the countries that the British Empire colonized from sources across the web. India, British Virgin Islands, Bermuda, Gibraltar, Aquarium of Decalia.
I came in here alone.
The Middle East, Africa, Montserrat, Canada, Pitcairn Islands, British Indian Ocean Territory, Turks and Caicos Island, Southern Rhodesia, Angola, Australia, Cayman Islands, St. Helena, Cameroon, Falkland Islands, Southern Rhodesia, South Georgia, and South Sandwich Islands.
See, fuck all that. This is all I know. You know what I'm saying?
So
I'm
these
because of you. My place.
Hold on, somebody put their phone on mute. Y'all want to just wrap this, bro?
Man,
we done went a long time, but the British have conquered all of them territories, bro. And I don't know if I read Hong Kong or not, but that's another point, and the United States away from the indigenous people. So
do a little bit more research because I'd rather come there because the audio was kind of off a little bit. But I'm just saying, if Christopher Columbus supposedly came in 1492, he was Spaniard. He wasn't no white man. He was Spaniard. He was melanated. All these people was melanated. Now, anytime before, like really before the mid 1800s, they wasn't empowered. They was not empowered. If you look up any information on them, it's some painting or something. You know what I'm saying? It's never really. They gained power in the 1800s and stuff. And anytime before, like I said, anytime before 1750, it kind of gets slow for them. It's slow. Like most of this earth, even to this day, is melanated. I don't even think it's 1 billion pale people on this planet. I don't even think there's a billion of them. I don't even believe. I don't believe it.
Yeah, Mike and Chris Paul.
But yeah, I guess we can wrap this up.
Yeah, we done did 4 hours and 10 minutes. It was definitely
let's wrap
major.
this up, man.
Definitely major. This was a outstanding Godcast, man.
I don't know.
We gotta do it more regularly though, you know.
Yeah, I want to come up there because I don't know what it's gonna sound like when you know what I'm saying, when you go back and because the audio been messed up a little, you know, a lot on my end. Or me hearing it or hearing y'all, it's been kind of messed up.
Yeah. Hey man, so we still didn't come to any conclusion though. What conclusion did we come to?
Man, it's hard to come to a peanut, man. Damn, I could put the resources, everything right there in front of him. He gonna tell me nah, man. That ain't. Hold on. So I don't think me and you will ever come to a conclusion on a lot of things.
It's from what I see, it's what you guys are willing to accept as credible. Like you don't accept his information as credible, and he doesn't accept yours. Like y'all, you know, he
don't really say where he got his information from, though. He don't never really say where he get his information from.
I just looked up the heritage.com or something like that, wasn't it? So I gave you a resource. Dang, it was the heritage, but you ain't want to accept that. So, but nah, my resources is right there. Is I only talk about what's available for everybody. I'm just saying that they weren't in control as long as you think they was in control. They just start establishing themselves as a white race in the early 1900s. They weren't even known as a white race. They was known as the Christians or the Catholics or whatever. They established themselves as a race in the early 1900s. So why, if you already been dominant and you dominated the world and everything, why do you have to establish yourself or your people as a race in the 1900s if y'all already had if y'all already been dominating the world?
So, bro, as we know, a whole race don't really dominate the world. It's only a small group of people that really dominates the world. So, but what I guess what you're talking about is they set it up, or set the play up to where they made it a black and a white thing, or they're going off of skin color. You know what I'm saying? And we've accepted that, and now that has became what it is today. But far as the people that's dominating the world, it's always been a small group of people. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to dominate or that is dominating the world. You know what I'm saying? Even when you got kings and queens, it's always a small group of people. You know what I'm saying? That's dominating that kingdom, or one person.
I'm just saying, all right, whatever. Because it's very the colony of Virginia. Yep. The London Company. That's another resource too. The London Company. They got all the They got all the documentation. All of them.
And I want to say that I got.
So, But yeah, man, you know, I
Okay,
gotta
so the
jump
first
off of
colony
here,
that was
man.
set up,
It's been great.
the first colony that was set up was what, in Virginia, right?
Yeah, this is called this. It's the okay. So the London. This is right. The London Company, Virginia Company of London. That's what it
Okay,
was.
so the Virginia Company of London. So where was that LLC filed at? Under whose authority?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, it was in Britain.
Oh, hold on. Let me look up here. My bad. It's right here. It say it's founded April 10th, 1606, 418 years ago. You know, dating back to when they wrote this. It was at Westminster, England.
Exactly. It was in England.
James the First was the guy.
But I won't sell drugs. I don't do that.
So what my point is, it was filed in England, right? So that company was
Headquarters
filed in
in
England,
London.
but it was an American company. It was this company on this land.
It's got to be something on the outside you want.
I mean, yeah.
So, so that's what I'm saying. So that's my point right there. That's what I've been trying to tell you from the jump.
Just like me.
So, it was no such thing as England in 1606.
That fucker is hard. Do you hear me? You try to disrespect him, he's gonna come to lay stuff hard on you for nobody's respect. Now you be clear on that shit. He's still the one with keys.
But
Yeah.
I don't think he muted his phone. So.
Oh yeah. Hey, mute your phone, Rail.
Go ahead. Go ahead yourself.
He set it down, so I guess I'm gonna jump off of here, man, because I don't want nobody incriminating themselves or nothing.
All right.
But for sure, it was definitely good chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna do a little bit more research. You know what I'm saying? About my people over the water, and then cash crop. Also, also, if you look at the Virginia, the London Company of Virginia, the products, the cash crops was tobacco and timber, wood and tobacco.
Okay.
It ain't had nothing about no cotton.
Okay, but if you look at who was selling tobacco over there before that company was established, then you'll see that it was the Indian people, the people that was indigenous to that land, had already took that land and they was growing tobacco on that land. But this colonizer came and colonized and formed a company from what the people that was already there taught him, and he formed a company with a system in England and London. So now he formed this company with the system that's in London under their under their rulership. You know what I'm saying? And that's oh, excuse me. So, but that's what that was about, though. Damn. And basically wiped out the people that was already here and used them to profit off of. Basically enslaved them and enslaved the
So was tobacco grown over there?
Nah. Nope. It was shipped over there.
It's saying in was fully developed in the colony the same year the home government passed a law to prohibit the commercial growing of tobacco in England. I ain't never known England was known for selling tobacco and growing tobacco.
Yeah, I didn't either.
That's what I'm saying. You got to take bits and pieces out, man, because they be, you know, it's a little bit of hijacking both of them. So.
Yeah.
All right, bros. Man, this has been a nice podcast. Went crazy for real. Everybody good?
Yeah, we good.
All right, man. Love everybody, bro. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all's night. And then we'll get back together ASAP. The video is gonna be on YouTube right now. I mean, we already on YouTube, but yeah, I should be able to check it out.
Hey, I'm strange, man. They kicked me off of everything else, man. It's spreading this knowledge, man.
For sure.
So yeah, that'll work.
All right, man. Peace and blessings, Kings. Love y'all, bros.
All right, peace.
Yep.
Peace.